So restricted, so restricted like an oxygen. If I got a vendetta against people who got it, negative when you should be getting positive. I got facts over facts over tracks and baskets. No speaking fast, I'm go roast. But I don't know what back in the race on the past and the pettiness. No reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious. You can do with my time, you're delirious. Mysterious. You are behind the thing exterior. Inferior. You don't understand it's superior. Get off of me. This ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words. You can say the fact. I want you to feel free from the chains that last. It's believe what you got. It was built to last. Yeah. Never
All right.
over time.
All right, say guys.
Times more hair damage.
All right. Sorry about that. I am running behind, and my stream wasn't coming up. So give me a second here. Oh man. Okay. Sorry about being late. I could not get that stream up, and if you saw, I probably put 3 streams up, and it didn't work. So anyway, I think we got it fixed. Oh. Lady playing, you're funny. Start smoking. You should have already smoked before you came over here. You can still keep smoking, but yeah. Fire it up and what they say, fire in the hole. Anyway, happy Friday, TGIF. And just let me know if the sound is okay. I kind of man, I've been just running behind all day, guys. So anyway, I had to make sure the crew was fed before I came on here, or there could be trouble. And I have tumbler number 1 with the straw. That's really all I drink out of. Yep, and happy 4th of July for America. I guess tomorrow is 250 years, if you believe the history books. I don't know what to think. But happy 250th, I guess it would be anniversary years since America became a country, I guess. You know what? I told you last night I started getting mosquitoes in here, and I'm wondering where are these mosquitoes coming from? And where I had a couple flies come into my house. I had mosquitoes. I had gnats, and I'm thinking, what the heck is going on? And I realized a couple days ago, I took the screen off my bathroom window and forgot I was working on the dryer vent, and I opened up the window so I could put something out the window and took the screen off. And it's been off for a couple days, so I've had bugs coming right into my house. Whatever wants to come in, it came in. So anyway, I just figured out why I have mosquitoes in my house. Whatever else wanted to come in. Let me pull this a little closer so I can see it. I did. I'm sorry I kept people up all night. Yeah, and then I had to get up and shower and deal with my phone because if you guys remember last night, I wasn't able to see comments because my phone would not take a charge, but I got that handled. Back in business, and I did not have to buy a new phone, so that is good. Still got my old clunker phone. So good evening to Miss January. TGIF to everybody. I hope you all have a safe holiday weekend because there's going to be a lot of people out there that are driving with two tumblers. So you got to watch out for those double-fisted drivers. You know what I'm saying? All right. So Miss January, good to see you tonight. And goodness, yes, come out of the bushes and come talk to me. Okay. Yeah, it was just I don't know if I have other streams up right now. I think I took them down because it just wasn't working. Well, Lady playing No Fly Zone, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Love your channel. Well, hey, Mary Cop. Hello, Night Owls. Happy 4th. Yes, happy 4th of July. I don't have any fireworks or anything. I don't think I'm going to do anything except I am going to do the all-American thing tomorrow, and I'm going to have a barbecue. But I have to go all the way back into town because I got to get some buns for my burgers. But yeah, I'm going to have my own little 4th of July barbecue. Party of one. Well, actually, my dogs are coming too, so there'll be a few of us. Me, my dogs, maybe a couple cats might show up. But yeah, that's my plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow there'll be a bunch of half-price cupcakes and all kinds of stuff. They have a bunch of stuff at the grocery store that's for the 4th of July. And anyway, it'll probably be good sales tomorrow. Mary Cop says the Night Owls. Hey, Dee, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Grace comes in style, my moderator. Yeah, greetings and salutations to you too. Yeah, I hope you all had a great day. And I hope you have a safe weekend because there's a lot of crazy drivers out there on a regular basis, and especially on a holiday. Hey, Red Frog, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hello to you too. Oh, Matt, I mean Lady Plane. Man, those names confuse me so. Hey, Tie Dye Gammy, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Mods in the chat. Yeah, it was another hot one. For some reason, I was thinking it was going to cool off, but it kind of did. It went from like 85 down to 80. And so the nights are nice and cool, though, here anyway. But yeah, it was hot. In fact, it got way hotter than I thought it was going to be today. I was going to do some grocery shopping, but got far behind, and it's just too hot. Yes, bowl fire, yes. It's kind of a grass fire. Kind of a grass fire. But don't put it out. Yes, Red Frog. Dear Jane, welcome. Hi, commentary. Good to see you tonight, Jane. Lady No Fly Zone. uh, what about Grace? Grace has a really good memory, you guys. She, like, for years, when something happened, I would have to ask Grace, and she remembers everything that happens. I say, did I block them? And she, or who was that person or whatever? She's kind of like Alexa. You can just ask her, what happened at that one live stream again? I did. Well, we all kind of kept each other up, which is okay. Hey, Toddy One Skip. Good morning. Yes, it is either really late for Toddy or it's very early. But yeah, good to see you tonight. Oh, by the way, if you didn't see, I couldn't come on here, Toddy, so I was panicking trying to get my stream here to work. So I haven't even seen it. So Toddy just released a video, an exclusive video with a interview with Patrick tonight. Yeah, Toddy One Skip interviewed Patrick Rourke tonight, and she posted that video recently, maybe an hour ago. So anyway, she interviewed Patrick. Hey, Toddy, how long is that video? We could probably review your video tonight. You guys want to see what Patrick said on Toddy's video? Well, actually, no, I don't want to. I want to let her. Yeah, just get. Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, go watch her video. Yeah, watch her video. I don't want to. I don't want to play a video until she gets her view. So. Yeah. I'm only on the first 5 minutes, but great so far. Oh, yeah, you started it? Yeah, oh, it's an hour? Okay, cool. Yeah, so check that out with Patrick Rourke. A candid interview, and Patrick was, forthcoming, so you can go to her channel. Grace, is that her link? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Grace already put the link up. Toddy's interview with Patrick, so check that out. Oh, I will watch that. Yeah, Mary. Yeah, she sat down with, well, they did an interview tonight, so I might have to let my dogs out. They're driving me nuts here. I think they want to go out. Whatever you'd like to do. Well, you're fine either way. Watch it tomorrow. You can review it, and yeah. I'll review it another day or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to. I'd rather have you watch it on her channel. And then once you guys watch it, if you want to review it in the next few days or something, let me know. But it should be very, very interesting. I was going to tell Toddy this morning that you would be okay with her playing your live stream, but I thought it'd be best hearing it you say directly. Yeah. Grace knows what I like and what I want, so she knows the rules, and because she makes them. No, just kidding. So yeah, Grace. She won't speak for me unless she knows for sure. So yeah, I appreciate that, Grace. Always, a great mod. I'll have to go see that. Yeah. I heard AD whining about it, but thought she talked to him on the phone. Well, I don't know if he was whining about it, but she just dropped that video probably a half hour ago or something. So yeah, I don't think anybody has had time to whine about it. He can whine about it tomorrow, but I don't think anybody saw it over there yet. Just a friendly, hey dear Jane, just a friendly 4th of July reminder that absolutely no one is going to watch the video of fireworks you recorded on your phone. Yeah, people do that, huh? Because now there are people who do watch Yeah, there are people who do watch fireworks. Like when the professionals do it. Yeah, you specifically said on your phone, but there's some people who will watch like good fireworks videos. But yeah, when people do it on their phone, it's just really hard to catch the how magnificent it is. He was whining about Toddy reaching out to Patrick. Oh, really? What's wrong with Toddy reaching out to Patrick? Yeah, nobody knew about it. It was top secret. Well, I kind of knew about it, but other than that, it was top secret. And yeah, so nobody's had any time to whine about it yet. There'll be plenty of time to whine about it tomorrow in the morning. Yeah, so when does Slow Man not complain? Should I have shared pictures of Patrick without Patrick's permission? With that, have been okay. Should I have shared pictures of Patrick without Patrick? On your channel? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Why did Patrick have pictures? Yeah, he got drunk tonight. Question mark. Oh, dude needs not to drink. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't like watching people that are drunk. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Yep. That's never a good look. If I know the people that are drunk think they're doing good, but usually they're not. I don't know anybody that does good when they're drunk. Yeah, these little. Of course not. I mean, I think AD might co-sign that because that's what he did, right? Right. Well, the thing is, you can't. It'd be bad enough to share Patrick's pictures, but the three Whitakers are not able to give consent. So yeah, and there's nobody that doesn't know that they're disabled now. You know what I mean? So yeah. By the way, Kathy, AD says your page does nothing but talk negative. There's a lot of projection there, isn't there? No, actually, I'm opposite. I like to have fun and have a a happy time. Kathy's channel, out of my opinion, is the most informative channel when it comes to the Whitakers. Thank you, Toddy. I appreciate that. I've done my homework. He's coming after Kathy. Really? Is that what he said? Well, he better stay within the law. That's for sure. Funny, he doesn't know the definition. Yeah. Yeah. He said he's coming after me. Was that today? Because I'd like to clip that for my file. Grace, he's, walking definition, negative. Yeah. Negative is a very dark energy. It's a low vibration, dark energy, and your life won't go very good if you're in a dark energy. Andrew, good to see you tonight, Andrew. I'm doing great. How about you? Welcome. Edward Weiner is taking down your channel. Oh, really? And what would be the reason for that? That's a lot of threats, you know what I mean? Taking down my channel. Wow. You know what? We actually last night I sent people to his channel and Grace put up a link for his channel. So I don't know what his problem is. I haven't done anything to him. Tonight he said, oh, thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. Only 3 words: retarded, stupid, weird. Yeah. Yeah. There's it's not a lot of vocabulary. I would Mary said, I would double check with Patrick before sharing. Yeah, I think it was kind of like a hypothetical question. Grace, I was thinking the same thing. Grace says, we need to set up a GoFundMe and buy the man-child a dictionary. Yeah. Yep. And swear words aren't really, vocabulary. So let's see. Yeah, good. Thank you. I'm from Bangladesh refugee camp. Yes, I do remember you, but your name was not Andrew, was it? Yes, I remember you're from Bangladesh. I do remember you in the refugee camp. In fact, yeah, what was your name before? It was, yeah, Salem. It was Salim. We called you Salim, but I thought you had a, yeah. Anyway, welcome back, Salim. I hope you and your family are safe and doing well. He is from a refugee camp in Bangladesh. He's been on my channel for many years. I've actually seen his paperwork and all his family's paperwork. He sent it all to me, and yes, he's legitimately in a refugee camp. Bangladesh. Well, hey, T-Bro, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hope you and your wife are doing well on this fine day. Yes, you have done your homework. Thank you, Tony. Let's see. Did I miss any comments, you guys? Because it kind of skips around here. So, yeah. And I'm just going to tell you guys, karma is a bitch, okay? And when she wants to be. So everything negative that you put out, you're going to get something negative back, okay? Now, say somebody does something really horrible, okay? And to me. Now, I could, go stab their tires or whatever, right? But then I bring bad karma on myself because you don't have to revenge on people. And the reason is because karma, the universe, God, whatever you want to call the heavens, they're working up there full time. They don't miss anything. So they are going to revenge your enemies for you. And so I don't need to attack people, because if I play by the rules, it's the best thing, because if we play by the rules, we bring blessings on ourselves instead of curses. So I would not recommend anybody doing anything revengeful. Now, if somebody breaks the law, yeah, you turn them in. But I'm talking revenge, where if you do something to somebody, say you want to take somebody's channel down, right? Because you're angry or jealous or whatever. You have to do unto others that you don't mind having done to you. So yeah, if you take my channel down, the universe will make sure something happens to yours, and that's a fact. And so I don't have to do anything. Yeah, I've seen it too. I've seen it over and over. And so, and the universe protects people who play by the rules. So what happens is, I'm rubber, you're glue. What bounces off me sticks to you. So yeah, careful what you wish on people or what you try to do to them, because if it's something you don't want done to you, then it's going to backfire. How many people have you seen come after me and it backfired, and I didn't do anything? My hands are up. I didn't do anything. These people get backfired from karma. So yeah, careful what you put out, or you're going to end up like these other people. Right. Yep. Yeah. Hey, Italian girl. Good to see you tonight. Tina, I think I missed a few people. Welcome in, everybody. Um, yeah. So, hey, who's ever doing that? Please stop. Yeah. Let's see. Anyway, good to see you tonight, Andrew. Wiener said he will make sure to sync my channel. Wow. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for telling me. Italian girl, good evening to you. Trying to figure out where, if I missed anybody, let me know. I can just say hi again, maybe. He had Jägermeister muscles. Tomorrow he gonna be hung over, I think. Jägermeister muscles? Oh, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Doggone, there's mosquitoes in here. Yeah, I had that screen off and mosquitoes been coming in. My Christian name is Andrew, yes. Yes, because you used to go by Salim. Good evening, Toddy from T-Bro. Tina, hello, Tina. Waving at us. Good evening, Tina. Welcome. Good evening, Italian girl. Good to see Italian girl tonight. Good evening to you too. Yeah, so that's anyway, if that's how he wants to live his life, wallowing in misery and anger, that's on him, not me. I'm going to continue, and believe me, I'll be just fine. Because I have 8 channels. Yeah. Little Man-Child has been saying that ever since Kathy did her 13-minute critique of his lame interview. Yes, I tried to give some, constructive criticism to his interview back, November, and he just can't get over it. You see, what what people need to learn is quit having such thin skin. So once somebody says something about you, you really got to dwell on it the rest of your life. I mean, you got to get over it, man. Get over it. Especially if you spend your life, saying awful things to people and just being evil. It's called dishing it out, but you can't take it. You know what I mean? Toddy, good interview with Patrick. I just watched it. Oh, hey, Tina. Yeah. So it's an hour long, so I'm going to watch it probably when I get off of here tonight. Yeah, I think it was cool that he did an interview. So, and everybody has a right to earn an honest living. So if he gets monetized, I'm happy for him for that too. See, I don't get jealous when people are monetized. I'm happy for them. Why? Because that's what I would want for myself. Do I want do I want my channel taken down? No, that's why I don't wish it on other. That's why I don't go out of my way to take people's channels down. You guys, there's somebody, some people know who I'm talking about. There's somebody in the UK that can take a channel down like that. You just have to pay him money. And I could have channels taken down, and all the channels I've taken down, just pay him money, he'll take it down. And I'm not even going to say his name because I'm not even going to say his name, but yeah, he's notorious for taking down channels. If he likes you just have to pay him and he'll do it. So I could have had people's channels taken down a long time ago, but you know what? Bad karma, really bad, because do unto others that you have want done unto you. So if I take somebody's channel down, karma is going to take mine down. That's why I don't do it. Do I want that done to my channel? No. So I don't do it to other people's. So yeah. And I love watching people get karma. I love it. It's hilarious. And Karma is really creative too. The way that, and it's not like, it's not really, I don't even want to call it punishment. It's more like you're getting back what you put out. So, yeah, if you want to take somebody's channel down, well, the universe will make sure yours goes next. And I won't have to do a thing. Yeah, good to hey, say it out loud. Joyce Griffin. I think I missed a couple people. Did I? Hey, Italian girl with the sunflowers and the wavy hands. Good to see you. Yeah, I didn't do anything to him. I sent people to his channel last night, and Grace put up the link for his channel. So I don't know what his problem is. I'll make sure to never mention his channel again. How about that? Miss January and Italian girl, say it out loud. Says hi to everybody. Welcome. Gifting money for his shots. Oh no. Really? Getting money for alcohol? Well, hey, thank you. I think I missed somebody's gift. So good. Thank you, Toddy. Thank you, Sent Flow. Toddy One Skip Sent Flow State. Thank you, Toddy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think I missed somebody. You guys, did I miss somebody? I'm doing something. I'm doing something a little different, so I think I'm missing things here. Thank you, Toddy. That's very much appreciated, and I think it's very kind of you. Flow state. Hold on a second. My chat's stuck. Oh, wait. It's doing this. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to get the comments up on my phone. Since my phone works, I'm going to look at your... It's easier to watch your comments on my phone. Easier to scroll, that's for sure, because... yeah, on the laptop, it kind of springs back, you know? All right, now I can see. So, yeah, I hope I didn't miss... Okay. All right, this is easier. So, yeah, good evening, everybody. Tina says, good interview. So I think this is about where I left off. Thank you, dear Jane. Dear Jane, I knew I saw one. Dear Jane, thank you, dear Jane. Sent flow state for 2. Oh, dang it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out where I went wrong here. All right. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. And I am on StreamYard. If somebody that I know wants to come up, you can come up. I'll put the link out. All right. Thank you. Say it out loud. Appreciate that. There we go. All right. Not my monkey. It's good to see you tonight. Is that what? Not my monkey. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know because I have it on. I didn't put it on all messages. I'm on top messages. That's why I'm missing these. All right. I was missing a few. Yeah. So anyway, yes, I hope Patrick is doing well. And like I said, he's being held accountable for what he did or didn't do. So Uh, yeah. Yes. So if the older you get, you'll see karma happening. Um, Somebody will do something horrible, and then that same thing happens to them. But you have to, you know, there's wisdom. You get wisdom. The older, well, some people get wisdom the older they get, and the more you see, the more you learn, and you'll see a pattern happening, and you'll start to notice that it's karma. Agreed. I've seen karma. Hey, party people, good to see it tonight in the house. Yes, party animals. Um, in my opinion, he's gonna dox you every night until you take your own channel down. He's gonna dox me. He said that, and he's gonna dox me. Really? Well, newsflash, I've been doxxed since 2017. I've had pizzas sent to my house. I've had people come to my house. I've had my mother's obituary put up. I've had over and over and over, okay? So I've been doxxed, and I've been doxxed, I've been doxxed. And yeah, I've been there, done that. People have doxxed my family. Even my family members that are dead, doxxed. So yeah, a little late for that. What was that, 9 years ago it started? Yeah, people have had my name, my address, my phone number. Yeah, my family members, my late husband, my parents, my sister. Yeah, I've had it happen, and I'm not afraid anymore. Go ahead and dox me. Yeah, you dox me every night till I take my own channel down? Really? These sound like a lot of threats here. Huh. Yep. Yep. It sounds like a coward. Negative loops. Exactly. Lady Plane, you know what's up. You know what time it is. Yeah, you get caught in a negative loop. And you give out negativity, you get it back. You give it out, you get it back. You give it out, you get it back. And you're trapped in this negative loop. You know what time it is. Exactly. Hey, Tina, Tie-Dye, Grace, Jane, Lady Plane, and Mary. James says, I'm too busy to waste time on revenge. I contract that workout to karma. Me too, exactly, James. See, some of us have some wisdom, under our belt. Some of us have learned and some haven't. But yes, and so why should I waste my time sitting at my computer all day figuring what am I going to do to these people? When you know what? Karma is already taking care of it. All right. So that's why I get shit done. Okay. I've done, listen, I'm a very productive person. I don't waste my time. You have to be worthy of my time in order to spend it with me. All right. If you're not worthy, then I'm not going to, you know what I mean? So if somebody wants negative attention, that's not worthy of my time. What's worthy of my time is good people, intelligent people, and people who want, better in their life. But yeah, that's where I'm here and they're there. Okay, let's put it that way. But yeah, because I don't waste my time on this bullshit. And guess what? When I do good every day and I work hard and I don't waste my time on idiots, the universe rewards me for that too. That's right. That's where I'm at in life. Understand? So yeah, you play by the rules of the universe and life will go good. It'll just get better and better and better. And that way you can just laugh at idiots who try to, you know how many idiots I've seen trying to take me down? Idiots. And it always comes back to bite them in the ass. And you know what? Look at the people who have already tried. Where are they? Where are they? Yeah. Yeah, time wasters. He's coming at you hard, so he says. We ain't scared. Yeah. Isn't that something? So he's going after another senior citizen woman. Oh, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Going after another senior citizen lady. Yeah. Okay. So impressive. Yeah. That's very impressive. And I bet he's probably going to tip somebody over in their wheelchair tomorrow, too. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wow. You tipped over the person in the wheelchair. Wow. That's really impressive, too. You know, never will he face a grown ass man. And I promised you that last year. And have you seen it? Have you seen him go after a grown ass man? Nope. Not unless the man is like Justin, who is a senior citizen who's very ill. You know, he's got, um, medical problems. I don't even know how old Justin is, but if there's ever going to be a man, it's going to be a man like Justin, who's a senior citizen, vulnerable. Okay. Now, here, I'm just going to explain real quick. You see, animals, you can learn from the animals. And animals will go after a pack, but they will always go after the most vulnerable animal in that pack, right? You'll see it all the time. The herd starts running, and there's either a baby that falls behind of the crowd and gets eaten by the lion, or one of the weak ones that are sick falls behind, and that's the one the lion eats, or a old animal will fall behind, and that's the one the lion eats. So the lion always goes after the vulnerable ones because he can't cut it with the real runners of the pack. You understand? So they always go after the vulnerable ones, the babies, the sick ones, the older. And once I pointed it out, a lot of people have agreed. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. So, yeah, very impressive. Like I said, what's going to be tomorrow? A quadriplegic or what? Someone with the history of his needs to be extremely careful what he says and does. Yeah. Yeah, but some people don't learn, Grace. We live which is why they have the history. We live in a huge universe. Magnetivity is trying what we throw out there. It comes back like a boomerang. Well, I'm really happy a lot of people know about this because, we're living in a world where people haven't learned. And T-Bro knows. A lot of you guys know this. Yeah, so we're in a universe, okay? And like you said, magnetivity, okay? So we're attracting things like a magnet. And so what you throw out there comes back like a boomerang. Exactly. So, you go out and try to do something, you better be careful because it's going to come back and bite you. There was somebody who, another person member, I won't even bring her up, but look what happened. And then what did I do anything? Nope. I kept doing what I'm doing. All right. My days were filled with productive things that make my life better. Things that, well, you guys know, I'm constantly working on my house, working on my yard, working on my property, making things better. So that's what I spend my time on. And yeah, they will get back what they put out. Well, thank you. I shit you not. I love that. I love that name. I love this channel, Kathy. You're the best. Never stop. Thank you, Shih Tzu. Thank you. I shit you not. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $4.99. That is very nice. Very nice. So yeah, I would you know, and if somebody does something that the universe says breaks the rules, you know, and basically it's like it's 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 just plain as can be. T-Bro said it perfectly. It's a boomerang. When you throw something out, I promise you it's gonna come back. Yep. Yeah. Someone with the history, yep. Say it out loud. Happy 4th. Yes, happy 4th of July to everybody. Independence Day. Do you know how many countries have Independence Day? A lot. In fact, you know why? Because they all became independent from what? Great Britain or wherever they came from. How many countries celebrate Independence Day? Oops. Sorry, hold on a second.
Different names. For
How many countries celebrate Independence Day? Wait a second. My volume's up. Over 160. How many countries celebrate Independence Day?
over 150 countries worldwide celebrate Independence Day, with some commemorating it as a national holiday. The number can vary, with over 160 out of 225 nations and states marking some form of independence.
It's because we all came out of we all the exact number. Okay, out of 225 nations, 160 of them celebrate independence because here a large portion of these nations gained their independence from the United Kingdom. Over 60 countries. So they gained their independence from the UK, from France, Spain, and I can't remember what else, but well, yeah. I mean, it's not. Yeah. So anyway, 160 out of 240 or whatever. Yeah, and it's not all on the July 4th. I mean, they have different days, I'm sure. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see. But yeah, a bully will always go after the weak. Always. And just like the predator animal. It's predator behavior. And predators, like I said, if they go after a pack, they will wait till they'll single out the weaker, the older, the young animals, the old animals, the sick animals. And so that's what predators do. Predator people and predator animals, they act exactly the same. A predator is a predator. I forgot why he started saying that shit. Pretty sure it had to do with Eric and his whining. I don't know. I don't watch his channel. But yeah. I might have said Doc's not really sure the meaning. It's coming at you. Your channel's starting tomorrow. Wow. That sounds like he's breaking the terms of service of YouTube. Because yeah, that violates YouTube terms of service is you know, targeting other people's channels. That's how you become a homeowner as a single woman. What does he have? Low income housing. Well, and that's fact. I have been single a long time. And when my husband died, we had just made our first payment on my last home. And so I lived 10 years at my first home alone with my children. And I lived 10 years at my last home, well, 9, as a widow. You know, then this home, I've been here many years, and I bought this home. I walked in and yeah, with a money order, and I bought this home. A cashier's check. By myself. By myself. All right. So every blade of grass, every stick of wood here, I bought myself. Because why? Do I sit on the internet all day wondering how I'm going to get back at people because they called me a name last year? Nope. Nope. And that's how I got where I'm at because I don't waste my time. My time, I told you guys a long time ago, my time is valuable to me. And so my time and my money, I'm very careful with where I spend my time. I'm very careful with where I spend my money. And that's why I can be where I'm at by myself. Yep. I got here on my own. By getting up every day and busting my ass. And not worrying about what other people are saying about me. Not worrying about what other people are doing. Because guess what? That's their walk. I'm walking my walk. Are we going to go over a funky Bible story? Yeah. You guys want to hear? I'll tell you. I kind of call it jacked up Bible stories. You guys, have I told you the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? Do you guys know the story of Sodom and Gomorrah? Have I told you that story? I'm sure you've heard of it. And the reason you've heard of it is because people that don't know their Bible misinterpret it as homosexuals, which it's not. If you read it and study it and know the remaining Bible, you'll understand it in its context. But yeah, have anybody, what story do you want to hear? Name a Bible story and I'll tell you about it. I know them all. Cover to cover. All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Daniel. I appreciate that. Gosh, this thing is really hard to follow on my computer. Yeah. So yeah, I'll go over. I'll tell you about Sodom and Gomorrah if you want to hear that story. Otherwise, name a different story. I'll tell you all about it. Any Bible story, tell me and I'll tell you. Or if you have any questions, I can pretty much answer any of your Bible questions, cover to cover. No goals, no problem, right? Oh, yeah. Grace and probably lots of roach cops and empty cans of Axe body spray. I thought about Axe body spray the other day. So, like when my kids were growing up in the 80s and in the 90s, when my son was in like junior high, a lot of them boys were spraying Axe body spray. You know, instead of taking a shower, they would spray Axe. So it's like every teenage boy back then had a can of Axe body spray. Yeah, just to cover the odors to get out of taking a shower. Yeah, I just thought of the Axe body spray the other day. It was powerful too, and not in a good way. He has no content except screaming and yelling and getting his ego rubbed in. Yeah, that's not my cup of tea. I told you guys, it's just not my thing. Yelling and screaming, you know, I'm telling you, it'll bring diseases and sickness on your own self. Because negativity, like Grace says, dis-ease, okay, brings disease. That's what the word disease comes from, dis-ease. If you're upset all the time, you're going to end up sick. You are going to end up sick when you are negative, because negativity kills your body. Yes, it does. One cell at a time. Yep. Yep. I shit you not, you made it. I forgot why he started saying that shit. Pretty sure it had to do with Eric and his whining. Huh. This is always the best lives and content. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I shit you not, I do. Say it loud said he spends his time yapping his jaw, his bullying, and gumming his food up. I would have commented if I wasn't lurking. Haven't commented about a year after he was rude to me. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother, Mary. I wouldn't bother. Because, and here's the thing, in order to go do the back and forth, engage with somebody, you have to agree to engage in order to, in order to do the back and forth. It's like playing tennis. If they hit the ball over the net to you and you just let it drop and roll away, and not hit the ball back, how many times can they do that? You know what I mean? But if you hit the ball back and then they throw it in your court and you throw it in their court, you're engaging in negativity. And when you engage in negativity, it's no good. You're going to bring bad things on yourself, including sickness and disease and funky stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't even bother. I don't engage with negative people. I just don't. I don't have time for it. And I know the risk of engaging with negative people. Then I bring negativity in my life, and I don't need it. I want good positive energy, because it makes my life so much better. And you get blessings when you're good to other people. All right. So if you don't want if you're wondering, I don't like being good to other people. Listen, it brings you blessings to be good to other people. I mean, if nothing else, at least do it for the blessings. If you don't do it because it makes you happy, I don't know. It makes me happy to be good to people. Flip-flopper, flopping for Eric. Yeah. There's not a lot of people on Eric's side. Very kind. Thank you for this support. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Dr. Rub My Nuts should have been an excellent lesson for him, but some people never learn. Yeah, that's creepy. Might not have no teeth, but he can still chew people out. He could gum a corn cob clean and never pause yapping. Oh my goodness. That is funny, because it's true. Yeah, you're not weak, Bully. Yeah, Bully, be sorry. Hell, you could gum a 2x4 if you put enough gravy on it. Good for you, Kathy. Thank you, Ty Guy. Damn it. Okay, I'll stop. I'm on one day. Okay, I'll stop. I'm on one today. Oh, okay. I get it. I'm on one today. I get it. Well, hey, Alicia. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hope everybody's day went well. It was hot here. I thought it was going to cool off, but then I looked again, because I thought I got promised a cool day today, but no, it was going to go from 85 down to 80. So that's what I guess happened. 80 is still really hot for me. I'd rather have a little cooler, but I ain't complaining. Better than shoveling snow just to get my door open. Yeah. Yeah, that is funny. The neighbors letting off fireworks. I have been trying to calm my WGSG. I needed a break, so I thought I'd hang out. Yeah, with like-minded friends. Thank you, Alicia. Welcome. We're glad you're here with us. Yeah, there's is that a dog that you're talking about? You're trying to calm down? Because a lot of dogs go crazy. Did I tell you about the really one of the stupidest things I did with my kids growing up? I told you every every 4th of July, something crazy happened to me and my kids. I told you the one 4th of July, about when we got mooned, we left the 4th of July, and these kids jumped out of the bushes and mooned us. And my daughter's in the back seat and missed it, and she threw a big fit because she couldn't see it. And anyway, she was pouting. I told you guys that story. But another 4th of July, me and my kids went, and I used to love bringing the dogs. We had 2 dogs, a border collie like I have, and a Sheltie. And they were, like most dogs, afraid of fireworks. The boom and the sounds. And anyway, I wanted to bring the dogs with us to the fireworks, right? And my kids were saying, "No, Mom," because at the time I was playing softball. I was on a doctor's league. It was basically, medical staff. So it was a B league, and there was always a lot of people there. And I was bringing my dogs to the softball games, and my kids were really mad. They didn't want me bringing the dogs because when I'm out on the field, the dogs would bark and bark and bark. So they said, "No, we don't want to bring to your baseball games anymore." I said, "Okay." So anyway, I said, let's bring them to the fireworks. And my kids are saying, "No, they're just going to bark." And I said, "No, they'll be fine." So we had our lawn chairs. Every year we packed the lawn chairs in the trunk, and our cooler and our drinks and our snacks. And so we brought the 2 dogs and their leashes, and we got there and we went to our favorite spot that we always went to. We laid our blanket out and got our lawn chairs and got our food and everything. And I did something stupid. I tied the dog's leashes to my lawn chair, right? Because we're tired of holding onto a leash. So I said, just tie him to my lawn chair. And then, oh man, it was really embarrassing. And then, so we were there. Everything was going great. They started doing the fireworks. And as soon as they started booming, both my dogs took off full blast in a lawn chair out from underneath me. And I fell on the ground. My dogs took off with my lawn chair behind them. And that was so embarrassing, man. And my kids were saying, "Mom, I told you not to bring the dogs." And I said, "Okay, we're never bringing the dogs anywhere again." And God, it was so embarrassing. All of us were so embarrassed. It pulled their lawn chair out from under me, and they took off running with the lawn chair bouncing behind them. And we had to chase the dog, and anyway. So that was the one time I got to say my kids were right. I should have listened. So, and we didn't bring them to softball games anymore either because, they did bark a lot. But the reason I used to bring the dogs was because I was at work all day. The kids were at school all day. They missed us, right? And so when we come home, we don't want to just take off and leave them again, do we? So anyway, I did learn a lesson about that. Anyway, lesson learned. Yeah. All right. What's my take on Lazarus? Are you talking about being raised from the dead after 4 days? Yeah. So I'll tell you about which Lazarus, because there's Lazarus and there's Lazarus. Are you talking about the Lazarus that's in down in the poor man that's down in Abraham's bosom? Or are you talking about the Lazarus that Jesus raised from the dead? Jesus, his best friend, well, he had a few best friends, and Mary Magdalene, Martha, and their sister, their brother Lazarus. So which Lazarus do you want to talk about? No, Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not a Bible thumper, but I have studied it and done my homework. So I'll tell you anything you want to know about it. There's so many things that I do not agree in the Bible anymore. Once I learned what was in there, yeah, there's a lot of things that are not really good. So no, I don't promote. Like I said, there's good stuff in there and there's not so good stuff. So he preys on women that think he looks like Burt Reynolds. That's a joke and an insult to Burt Reynolds that we love here in Florida State football. Yeah, Burt Reynolds, man, he was good looking. Yeah, Burt Reynolds. I loved him in Smoking the Bandit. He was trashing Toddy. Well, he does that every day, big time. Then all of a sudden, let us know your turn. Oh, now it's my turn. So he got done with one elderly woman. He's gonna go on to the next. He's out of whack on the normal. Add a little booze, yeah. Time is money. Money is energy. That's right. You got to use your time wisely and your energy wisely. They're both very valuable, and your money wisely, for that matter. So yeah, tie-dye Gammy. Which Lazarus do you want to talk about? I'll tell you about either one. I think they're both really interesting. I have talked about Lazarus in Abraham's bosom, the poor man that sat at the rich man's gate begging for crumbs, and he was covered with boils. So yeah, that's a. I'm just at the start. Bill Gates. What? Yeah, that's where the mosquitoes are most likely. Genetic mod. Yeah. No, actually, they're coming from my bathroom window that I took the screen off. I was working on my dryer vent, and I thought it'd be easier to take the screen off and put things outside the window instead of going out and coming back. I just was putting things out the window when I was working on my vent. So when I got done, I forgot I didn't put the screen back on. It's been off for like 3 days, so I just saw that today, and I'm thinking that's why my house is filled with. But they better not be Bill Gates mosquitoes. Actually, Bill Gates was supposed to have been releasing these other mosquitoes. I can't remember what they're called, the West Nile or something. That was probably about 5 years ago. He did it the first time, and he was actually on like the cup. What was it? Remember that, Grace? He had that picture. He had that picture, and he had there was a picture of the Grim Reaper that was made out of mosquitoes. Remember that, Grace? And it was a story on Bill Gates that was going to mess with the mosquitoes. This was years ago. So, and then I saw he's doing it again or whatever. So anyway, that's interesting. He preys on women that think he looks like Burt Reynolds. Oh man, Burt Reynolds. That's hilarious. They might need to get some glasses. Yeah. The Axe commercial? No, I don't. I remember there was an Axe commercial. Can't remember what it was. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for hitting the like button. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the thumbs up. That's very very kind. It takes a second and it helps me. I appreciate that. Tally O, welcome. Yes, good to see you tonight, Tally O. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday or Saturday. Some people are into Saturday. East Coast is into Saturday already. 4th of July. No, I just go over to for Whitaker information and did get. You got the pics? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't want to show those on my channel. Neighbors. Oh, okay. I think I read this. Yeah. So I must have missed a couple. Hey, Alicia, German Shepherd. Of course, there's no way he's ever going to share the video he has of Timmy swimming. there's no way he is going to ever share the video he has of Timmy swimming and person he's swimming with. He can shove the video. He has a video of Timmy swimming with somebody else. Yeah, well, allegedly has the video. You guys take everything with a grain of salt. People make up shit, in the stories, and remember it was High Karate. Yeah, High Karate. Oh my gosh, I forgot about High Karate. Ellie, I'm lucky tonight. It's raining. Huh. There's a lot of people doing fireworks tonight. I've seen a lot of people going to fireworks shows. It's 80 degrees there right now. Wow. Still? Actually, yeah, it has dropped a little bit here, but it gets nice and cool. It gets down to 60 at night, usually in the 60s. So if I open up all my windows and cool it down at night, I can shut it all down in the morning, close it all up, and it'll stay cool here all day. Yes, a white German Shepherd. You got a white German Shepherd, really? Oh, those are beautiful. I know somebody who has 2 of them in Florida. Somebody on YouTube, he always shows them at Poor Dirt Farmer. And that's his channel, Poor Dirt Farmer. He has 2 white German Shepherds. I can't wait for the 80s again. It's been 97, 98 with an 80 low. So at night, your low is 80? Wow. Yeah, I couldn't do the 100-degree thing. I can't even do the 80 thing. And you know what? The humidity, you can go outside at 75 degrees, and if there's humidity, it's just miserable. Hard to work outside like that. Oh yeah, I thought it was a service dog. It is. It's a German Shepherd. Beautiful. Yeah, he always brings us down to the river, and they go in the water and stuff. Yeah, I love animals too. I'm an animal lover, a sucker for them. Oops, hold on a second. Yeah, the white ones are beautiful. Sorry, you're fighting a blanket. Lazarus raised from the dead. Okay, we'll talk about Lazarus raised from the dead. So like I said, Jesus had these friends, close friends, and it was Lazarus, Mary Magdalene, Martha. I can't remember if there's another one. But anyway, so Martha and Lazarus were brother and sister. And as a matter of fact, people think that John, when they say he was the one that Jesus loved, the Bible's talking about Lazarus, not John the Baptist or John the disciple. He's talking about Lazarus because Jesus said that he loved his friends, and these were they lived, I don't know how far, maybe a day's walk, right? So Jesus and the disciples were hanging out one day, and word came, and they said, "Hey, you have to come quick, Jesus. Lazarus is dying." And Jesus said, "Okay, thank you," or whatever. He just kind of chilled out. And the disciples are wondering, why don't you go save Lazarus? You know what I mean? Because if Jesus went, he could have just put hands on him and cured him, right? But Jesus didn't go. In fact, Jesus waited like 3 days or something. And then he said, "Okay, let's go see Lazarus." So they all go on foot, of course, and they walk, and they show up at Lazarus and Martha's house. And back then, like, people could see you coming from a long ways away, right? So it was a tradition for people to, when you have somebody coming, to go out and meet them. Okay. And that's where the saying comes, we'll go out and meet you in the air, because anybody coming in, whether it's soldiers returning from battle or a king entering the town, anybody important, they would go out and the crowd would go out and meet them as they came into town. So they went out and met Jesus, right? And so Jesus gets there, and I think it was Martha. But anyway, one of the sisters said, "Oh Lord, you came too late. Lazarus is dead." And Jesus said, "Where is he?" And she said, "He's over in the tomb. He's been dead for 4 days." Because Jesus took his sweet time. But he did it on purpose, okay? Jesus took his time for a reason. And like I said, you can take these stories as entertaining stories. You can take them as truth, whatever. I'm just telling you the story. I'm not saying whether I believe it or not. I'll just always tell you the story. So anyway, she says, "Oh Lord, Lazarus is dead." And so she points to the tomb. He says, "He's over there in the tomb." And Jesus was going to go there. And she said, "Oh Lord, no, he's been dead 4 days. He stinks." In fact, she said, "He stinketh." And Jesus like, "It's cool, it's cool." So then Jesus goes into the tomb and he says, what did he say? I think he said, "Lazarus, rise up," or something. I can't, Grace might remember the exact words, but he told Lazarus to rise up. So Lazarus did. He, after 4 days of being dead, Lazarus sits up, and he is wrapped in these bandages like a mummy. You know those old videos where they're wrapped head to toe in bandages, the mummies, right? Well, that's how they used to bury people. They used to wrap them up. And the reason they wrapped them up, because they would put scented, they would put something they anoint the body, but they also put smelly, like flowers and stuff to mask the stink, right? So he goes into the tomb. Lazarus stands up, and he's coming out of the tomb like a mummy, okay, with the wraps around him, and he's actually rotting, because that's why he stinks. But so he raises from the dead, and he comes out, and but the sister did say, like, "What took you so long?" You know what I mean? And so that is the story of Lazarus. So Lazarus came out, and they're all so happy that everybody around came, and they had a big party. Because, but anyway, the point of that story was to, I guess, bring glory to the healing process that Jesus brought. Because if he came on the first day, they'd say, he wasn't all the way dead. And if they came the second or the third day, it still could technically not be dead, because they believed that you had to wait like 3 days. There's a certain amount of time that they waited before they buried him, in case the soul hasn't come out yet or something like that. But at 4 days, it's you're sure there's 100%, and that's why they mentioned he was already rotting and he was stinking. So and I know, and everybody knows that he's been dead for days. Okay, so you can't say, he wasn't all the way dead or whatever. So the point of that is to let you know that he was long dead. He was stinking. It was after the 3 days. So anyway, that's the point. And as a matter of fact, Lazarus is the one that probably was dead the longest. Well, I can't even say that, but Lazarus was one of the longest ones dead before being raised. So yeah. And it'll be 94. Whew. Yeah, I wouldn't even go outside if it was like that. I'm like walking into a furnace. Goodness. But yeah, so that is the story of Lazarus. You can believe it or not. Doesn't matter to me. I think these are maybe legendary stories, and I mean, I don't know, whatever. Lady Planet, I've had 2 white German Shepherds, love them all. The white ones are beautiful too, yes, they are. Blanket got caught in your oh no, I hate that. Blanket caught in the washing machine. Yep. Yep. Wiener and Hillbilly won't lay off Toddy alone. It's right, because it's the only content that they have. Without her, what are they gonna do? Try to dox me? Yeah, okay. Everybody already knew my name years ago. I've already been there, done that. So Allie, I have a blue. Oh, you have a blue nose pit service dog? Do you really? One of my, I can't say favorite, not in front of these guys, but one of the dogs I was so sweet was one of the sweetest dogs I've had was a pit bull. It was a white pit bull. It was an albino, but yeah, he had some health problems. My son bought him without my permission when I was selling my house. And I said, no, you can't get it. We already had 2 dogs. I said, we're not getting a 3rd dog when our house is for sale. I don't even know the next house that I'm gonna buy. So I'm sleeping one time on a Saturday morning because I worked every day. And I was sleeping, and my son came in the morning and threw the dog in my bed and said, isn't he cute? And that's what I woke up to. And I'm like, oh, I could have just killed him. He brought that pit bull puppy. He bought it and bought it anyway. Yep. So anyway, and then later he had that dog for several years, and then he ended up he was with a woman, and they had a child. Actually, they had 2 kids. He met a girlfriend, and they ended up living together for years, and they had 2 children. But when when she was pregnant with my grandson, she didn't want that pit bull around the baby, and I agreed. So I took the pit bull, and his name was Chico, which means little man. And I ended up with Chico till he passed away. So he ended up to be mine. The dog that I told him not to bring home. It was the most lovable dog I've ever had. In fact, I would trust that pit bull before probably any of these 3. What? I'm just telling the truth. To be honest, I would trust that dog around people before I would trust these 3 dogs here. Yeah. Yeah. It's 1 a.m. there. She's a little on the plus side. She's 125, needs a diet. Yeah. Yeah, who doesn't need a diet, right? Yeah. Good to be here. 6 a.m. Tally O is at 6 a.m. Really? You must be in the UK, huh? Anyway, yeah, you must be in the UK or somewhere. I'm guessing. Alicia, wow, that's big for a female, but she's beautiful. Anyway, yeah, so that's the story of Lazarus. There's another Lazarus that was in the poor man. The other Lazarus story is basically what happens to a poor man and a rich man when they die. And the rich man better be good to the poor people in that story, you know what I mean? You should always try to help somebody less fortunate. You can't help everybody, but there's somebody in arm's length that needs help. That's who you should probably be helping. It makes no sense to help people on the other side of the world to me, because if everybody helped everybody around them, we wouldn't need to fly across the world. And then if you fly across the world to help people, then who's helping the people in your neighborhood? You know what I mean? So yeah, there's yeah, that's a big boy, 75 pounds, and it helps 201 balance. Yeah. Nope, I'm up At night, I'm a night owl. My mom wore Primo perfume, really Primo. I haven't even heard of that for a long time. Primo. Yeah, Pit has to be muscular. Never seen a fat Pit. It says he's stacked. I have PTSD too, so I don't sleep much. I'm a night owl too. Do ya? Awesome. And sorry about your PTSD. I hope I hope it's not really affecting you as much as it can, because I know that can be really it depends on the severity, but it can be really really difficult for people. So anyway, I wish you the best with that. Do you think he waited before leaving a couple days? Yes, he purposely waited because so Lazarus would die. Because if he showed up right away, he would heal Lazarus. And the point of that story is that he purposely waited and made sure he was dead past the 3 days. Okay. And as a matter of fact, yeah, so because sometimes people would kind of seem dead, but they weren't, right? Because they didn't have like medical equipment back then. So yeah, so they didn't want any doubt in anybody's mind that Lazarus was long dead when Jesus raised him, because that's why they said he was 4 days. He stunk and all that other stuff. So yeah. And it was supposed to show his glory or something like that. But I'm going to tell you something. You guys have to understand, if you haven't read the Bible, that we all have the same powers, that we're supposed to have the same powers that Jesus is, because it all comes from the heavens above, right? Comes from God, or whatever you want to call it. And people say, we don't. Yeah, you do. Because Jesus himself said, they're like, dang, I can't remember what they did, but they're like, wow, Jesus, you're really something. And Jesus said, you guys will be doing the same or even greater. You'll be doing greater things than I ever did. He said that. He says, because you get this from the heavens, okay? The things that Jesus got from the heavens, you are supposed to also have from the heavens. And he said, you'll be doing, I think it's in the Gospel of John, if I remember right. And in fact, I think it's at the end of the Gospel of John. He says, you guys, should be doing the same things. You guys will, he promised, he said, and I think this was after he raised, because I remember it was towards the end, and he said, and I'm pretty sure it's Gospel of John, he said, yes, you will be doing even greater things than I ever did. And people don't realize that. And by the way, stacked. Kids today call it snacked or snatched when showing off their curves. Really? I'm so out of the loop with the new stuff. I get my street terms from YouTube. Darn, I wanted to see if you believed it. Do I believe it? I don't know. I mean, it might have happened, To be officially dead is 3 days. I just Googled it. Yeah. That's exactly what I said. To be officially declared dead back then, you had to be dead 3 days. At least 3 days. Because, like I said, there's sometimes people would sit up. They thought they were dead, and the person sits up and they weren't. So they would make sure. That's why they said it was 4 days. Okay, so anybody that doubted, no, it was past the 3 days. It was the 4th day, and he stunk. Yeah, he said, he stinketh. His sister said that, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, Lord, he stinketh. Because Jesus says, where is he? I'll go get him. No, you can't go in there. He stinks. He stinketh. Better than a a tit in the ringer. Yeah, that is probably anything's better than that. Goofy and smart. I'd like to send you a pic of him. You have an email. I have a pit bull. He's the best. Yeah, that was one of the sweetest, nicest dogs I've had. Yeah, they do get a bad rap. In fact, there's a lot of places that won't rent to you if you have a pit bull. In fact, there's a lot of places it's illegal. In fact, I think it's in the UK. Certain places it's illegal to have a pit bull. But the reality is they are good dogs, and as long as they have good owners. Yeah, I got him he got him at like 5 or 6 weeks old. Way too young, but at least they weren't taught bad things. Yeah, they teach him to fight and stuff. It's just terrible. Makes me sick. Yeah. The only way I was allowed to put my old place apartment was the only way of service. They were banned. Only way it was service. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, you can also get a emotional support. You can, if you go to a doctor and say, I need my dog with me everywhere I go or whatever, you know, if the doctor thinks it's beneficial for you, they'll label it as a support animal. Bring them on a plane and everything. I just watched that, Grace. The sun is going to shine on the dog's ass. Yeah, Patrick says that. Yeah, sooner or later, the dog. What did he say? Sooner or later, the sun always shines on a dog's ass, I think is what he says. Good to see you tonight, Susan. Hope all is well with you. Susan, I'm only 5 minutes into it. So far, he's looking good. And January says, wasn't there an old tale of why bells with strings? Oh, I know that. Yeah, I know about the bells. Yeah. Wasn't there an old tale of why bells with a string attached next to graves? Yeah, that. Actually, that's not in the Bible, but I do know what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, Krampus or whatever, Krampus, a mythological, character or whatever, was this big giant. It was like Bigfoot, right? But that's where, it has to do with he ended up in the Christmas traditions. And Kathy, if Jewish bury within 24 hours, why was he waiting to? I always wondered that. You're right. You're right. No, Lady Plain. I always wondered that too, because I know what Jewish traditions are. In Jewish traditions, they bury them in 24 hours. In fact, that's why at the very beginning of the Gospels, Jesus is walking. Well, it depends. The 4 Gospels have different stories of how Jesus met the disciples and which disciples he met and where they were. So each Gospel is kind of contradicts each other. But the main part of it is that Jesus was gathering his disciples 2 by 2, and he was saying, follow me and follow me. And anyway, Peter and his brother were mending nets on the shore or something, and Jesus said, I'll make you fishers of men, follow me. And then he asked one guy to follow him, and he said, oh, Lord, I need to go bury my father first. And then, so there's some things that do not, and I'm going to tell you why. I mean, I don't know how deep you guys want me to go into this. I'll tell you why. Why there's so many discrepancies. If Jesus was a Jewish man and so were all his 12 disciples, then why aren't they following Jewish laws, right? Because when that man came up to Jesus and said, I will follow you, but I can't right now. I got to bury my dad. Any Jewish man would have never interfered with that, because the sons, especially the oldest son, is supposed to be in charge of bearing the dad, or bearing the father, or whatever. And so there's no way that a Jewish man would shun that responsibility to go off with somebody else. And so that story doesn't make sense. A lot of stories don't make sense. I'll tell you why. Is because Jewish people did not write the New Testament. Not at all. It was written it was written in Greek, most of it. Some of it was Aramaic, but most of it was Greek. And it was the first century, and the Romans ruled Israel. They ruled Israel before Jesus was even born, so long, up until the big war in 70 AD. Well, first 67 AD was the 3-year war over the taxes, right? Because the Jewish people were sick of the taxes, and they fought back for 3.5 years, and then the Romans came in and destroyed the temple, destroyed Jerusalem, and killed everybody, and made anybody left leave if they were still alive. So you got to understand, Jewish people did not write the New Testament. It's just plain and clear. Jewish people did not speak Greek. I mean, maybe some educated did, but they couldn't even read and write their own language. So that's why there's discrepancies. Like, yes, Jewish people do bury them in 24 hours. And so that's why these stories sometimes don't make sense. Because, and this is why it takes so long to learn everything, is because you have to not only learn the New Testament, you have to learn the Old Testament. And then you also have to know what the first century history is. You have to learn the first century laws and the first century traditions. And so there's a lot of aspects that you have to learn before you really realize if something is true or not, or if it makes sense or not. Right? And it takes many years to do all that. I studied all day from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed for years. On my job, we had it running, always learning. I told you guys, even the guys who worked for me, they knew a lot about the Bible, and they knew nothing when they started working, and they got even good at it. I wonder if over years, no, I think it's still the first day. But they would anoint the body, so they would wrap the body in several pounds of they were kind of like scented, kind of like incense, not incense, how I always say it. Anyway, they would wrap them because it was very offensive if your father died, right? And you are having a funeral for him. And they had their funerals out of the houses, right? They had the funeral right in their house, like in the living room, right? And so when people came over, you had to make sure that your loved one did not stink. And so you would wrap them in all these anointing stuff. And that's why they look like mummies, right? So they'd wrap them up. So when people came and paid their last respects, like if your family member stunk during the funeral, you dropped the ball, right? It was very disrespectful if you let your family member stink. So yeah, they would anoint them, and then they would bury him. And it was usually in a tomb. They'd put him in a tomb, and it's the desert, so you put a dead body in a tomb in a very hot, dry, it's like putting it in an oven, right? What happens when you put something in an oven? It dries out into nothing. And then when it was all dried out, they would take the bones and they would bury the bones. And then the next person that dies can use the tomb. You wonder about the rock placement thing on the top of Jewish. What is that purpose for? I don't know. You'd have to Google that. I've never been to a Jewish funeral. I believe some of it can be traced further back to the Romans, that more further than the Romans. Yeah, and actually a lot of it goes back to Egypt. Yes, it does. In Egypt, remember, that's where the Israelites went into. Supposedly, with the story of the famine and everything, everybody from, I mean, just think about this. All the people from Israel went into Egypt, right? Into Africa to get food. But then they got trapped down there for 400 years. And then that's when Moses came and said, let my people go. And God was sending plagues and all this stuff. And the Pharaoh finally let him go, but it wasn't good enough. So anyway, that's where all them stories come up. So I think that's the cover for the fact that many of those people did come out of Africa, out of Egypt, So yeah. So of course, and that's why there's crossovers and all this stuff. Fascinating how they once used mummy bones as medical purposes too, grinding bones into powder. Yeah, it's weird. So yeah, so that's why. Like, let me think. I could think of a lot of examples where there's no way. So there's no way. Okay, so my point of the story is, there's no way Jesus would be walking down the beach and somebody comes up to him and Jesus says, follow me. And if that Jewish man said, I can't, I got to bury my father, Jesus, in reality, a Jewish man would have said, oh, then you need to go bury your father. A real Jewish man would have said, hey, and you know what Jesus supposedly they said he said? When the man said, oh, I would follow you, but I have to go bury my father today. Supposedly Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. Remember that? Let the dead bury the dead. That is such such an insult. Number one. Number two, he would never have stood in the way of a son burying his father. This would never happen. So yeah, you can tell. And whoever wrote the New Testament did not know Jewish laws, Jewish traditions. They didn't, and I'll tell you what they didn't know. The people that wrote that New Testament did not know their Old Testament hardly at all. So there's so many things I could point out. But I'll tell you the story of Sodom and Gomorrah if you want to hear jacked up Bible stories. If you want to, otherwise talk about Whitakers, I don't care. I like to talk about things that I know a lot about. So yeah, if you talk about the Bible, talk about Whitakers, whatever you want. And we got a nice cool breeze right now. Oh, it's raining. That's why. I'm gonna say I could feel cool air coming in the window, and I just noticed on the security cameras it's raining. That's nice. It'll either make it better or 10 times worse. One of the two. Yeah, we got rain coming down. That's nice. And nice cool air coming in. Yeah, so so you can, so once you learn all that stuff, you say, okay, Jesus would have never said that. And there's a lot of instances where Jesus would have never done that. I mean, a lot of things he wouldn't have done that they said he did. He just wouldn't have. And I'm sure you would have been offended to hear that. And so, anyway. Yeah, it's pouring. Which is good because it's rough out there watering the garden when it's so hot and humid. I had to do it in little shifts. But yeah, so who has already watched Patrick's interview? I heard somebody came in. I remember somebody came in. I'm just wondering what people think of what Patrick said. Susan, did you watch the interview with Patrick already? that Toddy just did? Because I'm wondering what people thoughts are on it. Any thoughts on Patrick's interview for anyone who saw it? Because I think I'm guessing that Patrick feels like people are believing Eric, and no, Patrick, hardly anybody believes Eric. I didn't even know she interviewed him till you said something. Definitely going to watch. Yeah, it was right before I came on. She posted it within the hour before I came on here. Y'all know Kathy is out there running for the sprinkler. Yeah, right? Yeah. And my sprinkler's coming from the sky. Yep. Yeah, wow, that feels good. I'm glad the temperature just dropped about 20 degrees. Yeah, so if anybody has any other questions about the Bible, you can ask me. I'll tell you probably more than you want to know. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm wondering if the people, she says hour long, and probably hardly anybody had a chance to. Actually, you know what? She posted exactly an hour before I came on. Because I was trying to come on for about a half an hour. It wasn't working. So yeah, probably hardly anybody has already seen it yet. Just came out. I would play it, but I don't want to step on her views because I'd rather have people watch on her channel, and I'll go over it some other time. So yeah. Oh, thank you. Grace just put up the link if you want to click it and save it for later. We can do that. Huh. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, Toddy's interview with Patrick Rourke. Yeah. I'm just wondering, she told me a little bit about it, but I watched it. It was really good. Oh, hey, Catwoman, you watched it? It was really good. It was heartbreaking to hear him talk about some of it. Yeah, she told me he was talking about the Whitakers, yep. Good to see you tonight, Catwoman. So you watched it already. Yeah, that's what Toddy told me, that she said he was very honest, open, you know what I mean? And I think he told some Timmy stories and stuff, but yeah. Anyway, that'll be interesting. Huh. The stray cats are running into my porch. They got caught in the rain. It's funny. Because you know how much cats like water, right? I heard some banging and the cats are trying to get in my porch. I got a little cat door for them. So they got to go single file. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering because Patrick is still there in the holler with where he lives, with Larry, and I guess Betty lives up the road or something, and Kenny still lives there, but and BJ still lives there, I imagine. So I would probably ask him how they're doing, but I think he said on his own channel, I think somebody asked about Betty and Larry and BJ, and I think Patrick said he doesn't talk to them. But so yeah, I would like to know how they're doing. Yeah, I would like to know how they're doing because we see that, we see that they're there by themselves and stuff. So I'd like to know how Betty's doing and Larry and BJ, because listen, they got the they got royally screwed. You know what I mean? And falsely accused of things, and it's terrible. None of us would want that. Maybe for those who would like, we could drop our thoughts both on Toddy's channel and pop back here to share with Kathy. Drop, maybe for those who would like, we could drop our thoughts both. Yeah. Yeah, well, I imagine right now hardly anybody has saw it because I came on right after she posted it. So anyway, what did she say? I watched it. It was really good. Okay. Oh, here. She said, I could feel his pain missing Timmy. Really? Huh. Well, yeah. You know, I guess there's just no way to know what's going on with them because the three of them were not supposed to be getting information, but I would like to know if they'll ever be able to leave that place, you know what I mean? And you know what? The thing is, you cannot pick them up and bring them back to the house because they're not going to want to leave, you know what I mean? Even if the house was clean and all freshly, or even if a new trailer was there, if they could never even bring any of them back there because it would be hell trying to get them back off that property again. So I think it would just be more heartbreaking to let them go home and visit, you know what I mean? So they will never leave there. I know, right? Not even on a day visit to go home because you won't be able to make them leave again. They'll have to come back out with the ambulance and the sedatives and the gurneys, you know what I mean? Well, hey, TNT, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a wonderful day. I hope everybody did. And I hope everybody stays safe tomorrow. Yeah, TNT, it's dynamite. Yep. Yeah, there'll be some fireworks. Probably around everybody's house. Even where I live out here, it's really weird because on the 4th of July, you can't see anything, but I can hear the booms, and they're kind of coming from, I don't know, what would that be? Kind of coming from the east. So it's weird. Pitch black out here, but I can hear booms from far away. Yeah, good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Yeah, I don't think they'll ever be able to leave. Maybe they could move Betty and Larry in there. They probably wouldn't want to go there, you know. Had to run to Domino's. Oh, really? I haven't had Domino's forever. It's so funny because Domino's had a campaign. Domino's knew years ago that they were in last place. They said that they even admitted that their pizza wasn't that good. So Domino's had they had a very strange, unique campaign that they ran. They knew that they had to make a change in their pizza because, I mean, even Little Caesars passed them up, you know. So they had a sales campaign that came out and admitted that their pizza sucks, basically. And they said that we went back to the drawing board. We started out all over again, and they came up with a new Domino's pizza, and that's what it's been ever since. So, yeah, they hit bottom one time. And the thing about Domino's, so one of the guys that rented from me, every time he got his check at the beginning of the month, he ordered Domino's for delivery. And I never got it. He would order a few things. He'd order like a pizza, some cheese sticks, and wings or something. Back then it was like $30. I'm like, dang, dude, why would you spend $30 on one meal and plus delivery, whatever? And because every time he got his check, I gave him a ride because he didn't drive. He was kind of a little mentally slow, you know. So I would give him a ride to go cash his check. He would pay me my rent, and then I'd bring him wherever he wants to go. You want to go grocery shopping? Where do you want to go? You want to go to Walmart? I'd bring him, and anyway, I said, I always bring you to get groceries, so why would you waste $30? So anyway, I like Domino's. They're new. I love their chicken wings. I love their pizza, but I couldn't spend that kind of money on one meal. So anyway, him ordering it always kind of turned me off to Domino's because I just was horrified at the cost. He would spend all that money on a meal to be delivered when I gave him a ride. None of the fast food CEOs will eat their own. Yeah, remember that McDonald's guy? I knew this guy that was having an emotional time. He went to a place for help. They took him pretty much hostage. Couldn't talk to his wife for months. She fought to get him released. Wow. Those places make a lot of money. In fact, remember I looked it up and it was, what was it, you guys? Because I figured out how much the state would make three of them. And then I think it was 6 months, it would have been 100,000 for three people, which is probably why Eric wanted his hands on them. But yeah, they make an enormous amount of money from the state taking, hostage of people. Yes, they do make money keeping you there. Absolutely. $67 for 2 medium pizzas and wings, but my son has a friend. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. $67 for not even large, 2 medium pizzas and wings. Yeah. I mean, I get it if it's a special occasion, you know what I mean? But yeah. Wow. Wow. Yeah, to me, that's so expensive. I'm picturing what I could get with $67. But like I said, I'll spend money on a special occasion, yeah. That sounds really good, man. I would have a piece of pizza in a heartbeat right now. I'm hungry. I don't remember what I ate. I ate when I came in. Can't remember. Must not being that good. In fact, I can't remember. Oh, yeah, it's right here. I had watermelon and grapes. And that's why I'm hungry, because it's the only thing I ate was fruit. The fruit really doesn't stick to the ribs. That's exactly what you said to them. Yeah, dang, I'm out of touch with prices. Yo, man. We spent, no way, $50 at Taco Bell. You know what I used to like about Taco Bell? $50. Oh my goodness. Yeah, in fact, I met my friend at Taco Bell on Wednesday. And I don't usually eat Taco Bell, but yeah, the prices are just so high. I got a $5 box and I couldn't eat it all. But yeah, the prices were just like shocking. Sticker price. Yeah, it is so expensive. You know what? During COVID, when a bunch of stuff closed, I learned how to eat my favorite restaurant foods. I mean, I learned how to make when I wanted to eat my favorite restaurant foods when they were closed. I learned how to make that stuff at home, pretty close to what you buy. So yeah, that's great. I remember when I could get full on $3 at Taco Bell. $3, you could go through the drive-through, and with $3, you could get full. Yeah, back in the hard times when I was working my ass off, I would be going from one job to the next, and I'd go through the drive-through with $3 and get enough to eat and put a second shift somewhere. $3. Now $3 probably don't even buy a burrito. You know what I mean? Yes, my fault. My husband wanted 10 soft tacos, and I didn't know, but I got them supreme. Oh yeah. And I only had a couple hard shock. Yeah, never get it right. It is sticker shock because, yeah, I remember the days when Taco Bell was one of the cheapest places you can eat. And in fact, I remember my mom came over with a 10-pack of tacos. And it was under $10. It was like a 10-pack of tacos. They were, I think, 69 cents a piece. So it was like $7 plus tax. $3 when you buy a medium fry at McDonald's. Yeah, so you know, I try not to eat fast food, but I wanted French fries, and I do not like frying in my house because I don't want my house to stink like a McDonald's, you know what I mean? Or like a grease fryer. So if I want anything fried, I try not to too often, but I'll go out and get something fried. So I wanted French fries, and a large fry was $5. I'll tell you, a large fry was I think it was $5 for a large fry. And yeah. I mean, I just shocked. And as a matter of fact, my friend, we were at McDonald's one time, and she ordered a what was it? Not double cheese. She ordered a triple cheeseburger, which looked like a double cheese, fries, and a pop, and it was $13. $13 for it was an off the menu value meal that's not on the menu. But yeah, so for triple cheese, the size of a hamburger, you know what I mean? But 3 patties, a fry, and a drink was $13. I don't fry inside either. I hate smelling any food after it. I like candles. Yeah, I don't like that. And candles is really good about getting rid of the orders like that after you cook. But yeah, I don't either. I don't want my clothes smelling like grease. I air fryer, bake my fries. Yeah, you know what I started doing? You guys, the worst thing that you can do is eat food with vegetable oil, GMO, all that crap. In the old days, and I'm talking old days, is up to about the early 90s. I very specifically remember when they changed, because they used to use beef fat, right? Tallow, Grace knows. All the restaurants used to use beef fat, right? And it was delicious and it was good for you. And I mean, it wasn't harmful to the body. Yeah, seed oils, Miss January. So seed oils, you guys, is the worst thing. Your body has a hard time absorbing it, and it builds up, and it leads to diseases. And I think they know that because they want population to stay down. You know what I mean? I think it's a form of population control when they're poisoning us like this. But anyway, so stay away from the seed oils. So what I did is I ordered a tub of beef tallow. So if I ever cook something with oil or grease, I either use olive oil, because that's the safest thing you can do, and beef tallow. And it's white. It comes in a tub, and it looks like lard, kind of. And anyway, that's why people could eat McDonald's and never get fat, right? And so yeah, I would suggest dumping those seed oil, and they're very inflammatory. They'll swell up your joints, your blood cells, your everything. It inflames things. It swells up your body, and people just don't have no idea why they're getting sick, why they're getting fat and everything. And it's just these little things like that. Yeah, stay away from them seed oils. They'll kill you. Yep. So yeah, I've ordered beef tallow. So if I want anything with oil, cooked in oil, that's what I use. You know, the thing is, olive oil. Olive oil is good. It's probably the cleanest. Um, it's probably the cleanest oil you can get. At least one of them is olive oil, and safest. But olive oil has a very low smoke. You know what I mean? What do they call it? You can't heat up olive oil too hot, because olive oil doesn't go good with real hot temperatures. It'll start to smoke. So if you want something really hot oil, you probably need to switch over to beef tallow. I need to get some beef tallow. I cook my eggs in bacon grease. But you know what? Bacon grease is still going to be healthier than the seed oil. I mean, it's not, it's still healthier. Your bacon grease is still healthier than seed oils. Any natural grease. Yep. Yeah, it's expensive to eat healthy. It is, but it isn't. It's you use coconut oil, Kathleen. Good to see you tonight. Coconut for cooking. I have coconut oil in my cabinet. Do you know what I use it for? If your cats, I don't know if I've used it on the dogs, but if your cats have ear mites, ear mites, it looks like black coffee grounds. A lot of kittens and cats get ear mites, and yes, I did use it on my dog. Now that I think of it. So when your cats have like ear mites and stuff, sometimes the vet's medicine will make it worse. So I melt a little bit of that coconut oil, because it's hard like grease, white, and you melt it and you put a cotton swab in it, right? When it's liquid, make sure it's cooled enough. And you take that cotton swab with the coconut oil, and you swab inside that cat or dog's ear, and then the ear mites will be gone and they will not come back. Because if you use medicine from the vet, them ear mites will probably come back. And yeah, they don't really like it. My cat, the kitten that I had, loved me swabbing her ears with that coconut swab. Never had Amish butter, but oh, it is good. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you buy Amish butter, it usually comes in wax paper, right? And they don't sell it like in sticks, like quarter sticks, like most butter. It will be in the butter section. It will be wrapped in wax paper, and it's usually about 2 pounds or 3 pounds. So when you look at it, you think, dang, that's like $8. But yeah, but it's 2 pounds, you know what I mean, or whatever. So don't let the price fool you, but it's delicious. You know what Amish butter tastes like? It tastes like cheese. It tastes like cheese. It is so good. It's got that real butter. Yeah, it is in wax paper. And it's usually like kind of like a roll, like you would if you make cookies and you put it in a roll and wrap it up and put it in so it's usually in a roll, and they'll be like 2 or 3 pounds. But I'm telling people, I challenge to try the Amish butter. In fact, next time I buy butter, I will probably buy some, now that you mention it. You guys, I eat a lot of butter because it is not bad for you. Butter is not bad. So I usually have 5-6 pounds of butter, different packages of butter in my fridge at all times. So Yeah, when I run low next time, I mention it. I want to get some more Amish butter. It was good. Yeah, when I was little, my daddy used to cook popcorn in bacon grease. Yeah, that would probably be all right. Yep. And you notice back then, if you ever watch those videos, like look at any footage from the 70s and 60s and 70s and even 80s, there was hardly anybody overweight, right? Like I said, in school we had one girl that was overweight in the whole school, one child. Yep. One person was overweight in my school when I was growing up. And yeah, I'm not sure why, but if you look at those pictures, everybody's skinny as can be, and they're even eating McDonald's, you know what I mean? But yeah, look at the people. Look at the crowds of people. You'll see a happy person here and there, but not like now. And that's what they're doing. They're putting all this crap in food. You have to do your homework. I liked McDonald's fry when they used to put salt on them. Now they're bland. Yeah, you could probably get some with extra salt. I cut pieces off and I put on my counter butter container, and the rest stays. Yeah, there you go. I do too. I've grown up and always had the butter on a butter dish on my counter. So yeah, like I'll put a stick of butter in the butter dish and leave it on the counter, so it's always soft. And you guys, the room temperature does not make your butter rotten. Your butter does not get rancid from room temperatures from not being refrigerated. Your butter will be rancid because it hits light, daylight, sunlight, or whatever is what makes your butter rancid. So you always have to cover your butter, either put it in a dark cabinet. I always have a butter dish. And it defeats the purpose. I see these butter dishes in the store that are clear. All right. If you want to keep your butter in the refrigerator, clear is fine. But I always have like a ceramic butter dish, and you can keep it on the counter and it will never get rotten before you use it. So yeah, I always have a stick of soft butter on my counter and a butter dish. The rest is in the fridge. Yeah, it is good. Yeah, that's good. So you kind of, yeah, you chuck, yeah, kind of like a yeah, cut a piece off. It never melts. It's just perfect for toaster bread, nice and soft. Yeah. It's you guys, it's so much better than regular butter. Yep, I agree. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't keep mine in the fridge. I'm, I'm about to be oh, you are? Congratulate. It's bittersweet. Being an empty nester is bittersweet. Um it's great. The kid gets to move out and all that stuff, and they're independent and all that. But on the other hand, it's weird when your kids move out. You know what I mean? Mine moved out one at a time, so it wasn't like, but yeah, when your kid moves out, it is weird. You'll be so lonely. Oh, TNT, I've been alone for years and I'm not lonely. Yeah, being alone and being lonely are two different things. Yep. So, I tell you what, TNT, whenever you get lonely, pick up the phone and talk to her, or him, whatever it is. Yep. If you miss them, pick up the phone and talk to them. Yeah, me too, Susan. I love being alone. Now listen, don't get me wrong. If I meet the man of my dreams, um, that'd be different. But yeah, it'd be nice to have a husband, but Yeah, I do love being alone because I can do what I want when I want for as long as I want with who I want and all that other stuff because you know, being with somebody that you don't like um is way worse than being alone. If you ever been in a bad relationship, being alone would be the biggest present you could have, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of people who are married and have spouses and all that, but they're miserable. So being alone and being lonely are two different things. You listen, I was married, my first marriage, I was lonely. I was married, but I was lonely because, yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, so I'm less lonely alone than I was when I was married the first time. But I need a ride or die. Um, yeah. Yours are 28 and your baby is 15. Yeah, they're still young. That's kind of a spread though. Um, yeah, my kids in their 40s, man, so I'm kind of used to it. uh, yeah, I do what I want when I want. Yeah, or I can absolutely do nothing. That's right. I can do whatever I want, and I don't have to worry about anything. Looking weird, or staying up all night, or eating weird stuff at weird times of the day or night. I can fry a hamburger at 4 o'clock in the morning, and yeah, what you gonna do about it? Yeah, my sister's always been my bestie. Really, you're lucky. You're lucky. Yep, I never had any. I mean, I've got you know half sisters and brothers, but I never was close to a brother or sister in age, you know what I mean? Where I would hang around with them. I would have loved to have a brother or sister my age, you know what I mean? But yeah, my parents had both been married, both had families before they met each other. So by the time I came along, yeah, there ain't no brother and sister my age. That would have been fun though. I wish I would have had a brother and sister my age. But I have a lot of friends that are like brothers and like sisters. I love living alone. Hey, dear Jane, did I say hi to you? My partner of 20 years lived in the house next door. He passed on New Year's Eve at the age of 68. It was perfect while it lasted. Wow. Really? Live next door? That would be kind of cool. 68 is young. On New Year's Eve. Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, sorry to hear that. It's kind of, yeah, it's an adjustment. Right, decorate the way you want to. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Tie dye gammy. You guys know it's not a bad thing to live alone. Um, and I'm going to tell you, as a matter of fact, so I have family that come and visit, and sometimes they stay here for a few days or whatever. And it's kind of exhausting to have people around too long. You know what I mean? Like, I hardly get anything done because I'm, visiting with them or whatever. So yeah, having people around, can be kind of exhausting actually. Um, and besides, I always when my family's here, I want everybody to have a lot to eat and big giant meals, and you know, I'm I'm more interested in making sure they have a good time and are comfortable. Usually, I give them the house and I go out and stay in the camper, and so Yeah, kind of when everybody leaves, it's just kind of a relief. I love when my family comes. I just love it, but it's way different than being alone. But yeah, I miss my family, so whenever they come, I love it. But it does take up a lot of time when you have people that live with you. Been alone even though he's here, but I'm the crazy mom. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I was more lonely being in a bad marriage than I was lonely single. I mean, yeah. Way rather be alone when I'm single than when I'm with somebody. Yeah, my daughter just called off her engagement. They had been dating oh no. You know what though? Yeah. That was a good run though, 10 years. And it's better to call it off now than to go through a costly divorce later. I just need someone to motivate me. Um you live, so your last child left, moved out, and so you're alone, you're still, yeah. Um yeah. It's probably why I didn't mind working all the time, because I'm telling you, when I came home, I would be getting off the freeway on my exit, and I would start to feel sick. The closer I got to home, the sicker I felt, because I just couldn't stand them anymore. And who wants to be in something like that? So actually, when I got divorced, it felt like I just got paroled from death row or something. You know what I mean? I felt like I just got out of prison or something. I'd never been to prison, but if this is how I imagine it would feel. Yeah, getting rid of somebody that you're miserable with. Yeah, it was like such a weight off when he left. Whew. Yeah. Or don't decorate. Thank you guys. I miss him. I had a weird experience last week. I went to get my mailbox, which is on the porch. I heard him walking towards the door. The house is vacant. I scurried away as fast. No, there, Jane, that was him. That was him. That was him. And so don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm pretty sure that was yeah, that was him. My ex-husband passed away before he changed his will. It changed my opinion of the horrible man. Oh, really? Did you get a little chingy ching ching? That is right. Actually, you got both best of both worlds. You got to separate you from somebody you don't enjoy, and you get to cash in the end. That usually don't happen. Maybe he was trying to reach out for a hug. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you will get visitations from your family, husband, wife, kids, whatever, when they pass over. You know what? We should go over, you know what I would like to go over? I want to go over a video. I got to make sure my sound works though. But I want to go over a video of somebody that I'll recommend that can teach people how to be a medium. You know what I mean? And we all have it in us, and it's so cool when you figure out how it works, because when people cross over, if you understand that they can be there whenever you want. Oh, I have a question. About going to the mailbox. Hold on a sec. I'm sure it was him. I wasn't ready to say, okay, well, that's okay. Dear Jane, I want to ask you a question. When you were walking to the mailbox, were you thinking about him? Were you missing him or anything like that? Were you thinking about him at the time or not? I'm curious because they'll come to you if you say their name out loud, or even the thoughts can attract them. It's always better to say out loud what your intentions are. But they'll either come right away or soon, but you can talk to anybody who has passed over. Okay, all of us can do it. Every one of us has ability. I knew it all along. So when my husband died, I communicated. I knew he was there. He would show me he's there, but I never really got any training or any type of help with the afterlife, right? But once you learn, I'm going to say, once it happens the first time, like you say, hey, honey, can you show me a sign that you're here? And you see a sign that no doubt, no way can explain except him, a very specific sign, it will it will change your attitude on whether it's true or not and all that. Once you get confirmation, like, wow, he just talked to me. He just communicated to me, you know what I mean? Then it drops that doubt, you know what I mean? And the more you can drop the doubt, the better you'll be able to communicate. You know what I mean? It's good to be skeptical and all that stuff, okay? Because there's a lot of fraud and crazy stuff out there, but yeah. But dear Jane, if you're not ready yet, that's fine. You wait till you're ready. And maybe in the meantime, he'll show you little signs that won't be scary or anything. But don't worry, he's fine. He hopes you're fine. Yeah, he's more worried about you than, you will be of him, because he's in a good place. Anybody that crosses over is. Susan, that's how I got my mobile home. Is it? With insurance, with the life insurance? It's good for you, Tie-Dye, for investing it in your home. Some people piss money away, and I love when people get a chunk of money and they do something that will make every day better with it, I see a lot of people piss money away. I used to when I was younger. I mean, not really a lot, because I always had responsibilities, but I've learned how to be very careful with money. Once in a while I splurge, but because it makes life better when you can, invest in tomorrow. What's going to make tomorrow better for me? Chances are, if you're not ready to see, you won't see. Yeah. So, don't even worry about, just for now, rest assured he's fine. He's, they're always, more concerned about us. My husband passed away and my son's family talked to him. My husband passed away and my son's family talked to him. What does tucked mean? I want some clarification. What does tucked mean? Susan, restraining orders, but finally he's taking care of you, right? About time. Oh, and I want to say something about that. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. That reminds me. So when your loved one crosses over, okay, when their spirit leaves the body and they cross over across the veil, they can help you in ways that they could never help you when you were here or when they were here. Okay, it's because the people that we're here with right now are limited. Actually, kind of a lot limited, like we are. But once somebody crosses over the veil, they can do way more for you than they could ever do when they were here. Even if they're a really good person, they did a lot here, they'll do way more when they cross over. They can pull strings on the other side. They can move mountains for you. They can do all kinds of things for you once they cross over. So, in fact, I'm going to tell you guys, those who got money from, if your husband, and we got two examples in here right now of what I'm saying. If your husband did not provide for you when they're here, did they not? It proves my point. They weren't able to provide for you when they were here, but as soon as they crossed over, they were able to provide for you. You understand how it works? Yeah. So they can help you a lot more once they cross over. And that's why two of you were helped by your late husband, who didn't really help too much when they were here. But once they crossed over, they provided for you because they can do things that they weren't able to do here. I hope that's clear. I knew someone. Oh wait. Yeah. A second. A second. I missed a bunch of comments. I gotta. This thing's sneaky. It kind of pulls comments up to the top. You're gonna go raise it. Get me something, Susan. Yeah. Kathy, not at the time. I was just focused on my mail. Okay. So, yeah, they will, sometimes they'll give you a sign. And if you're ready for it, you'll embrace it. And if you're not ready, don't worry. He's not going anywhere. He'll be back. He's just a shout away. Okay, I just asked for a purple football. Did you really? All right. That's very specific. Now in Minnesota, you might come across a purple Minnesota Vikings football. They have white and purple leather footballs in Minnesota. But outside of Minnesota, it would be very rare to see a purple football. In fact, it would probably be rare for me to see a purple football because, where am I going to see one? So if you ask for a very specific sign, it's good. Now, it doesn't mean that one has to come dropped at your feet. You can see a purple football at the store, on a commercial, on a billboard, on a flyer for sale. It could be anywhere. You could get a birthday card with somebody throwing a purple foot. They will make sure that you see the purple football. All right. So watch out. It'll be the next few days, and let me know if you see it. But you have to, and you guys say it out loud, okay? Because they are not mind readers. I mean, they can pick up your emotions and all that stuff, but like I said, little parts of the Bible are true. You are supposed to speak it into existence, right? Just like God did. Speak it into existence. So you need to speak it out loud so they understand. Because anything that they do has to be requested by you. They can't just overstep their bounds and say, I bet Kathy wants this. No, I didn't ask for that. I mean, and now there's a problem. So you have to ask. You have to ask for things from the other side. They can't just drop things in your lap because maybe it will interfere with your purpose and your walk, or maybe it's something that won't help you. It'll make things worse. So, and if anything comes in your life and it makes things worse, they want to make sure it was your choice, not theirs. You understand? So anyway, it's kind of a liability thing, right? I hate to even say it like that, but they don't want to be responsible for bringing things into your life that make your life worse or interfere with your life path or interfere with your goals or your lessons and stuff. So I'm sure he was there, but since you're not ready to see him, your spirit would not have allowed you to see that spirit. Yes, because your soul, okay, so your soul actually communicates with the spirit world. And so if your soul is not ready, if you are not ready, then yeah, it would be better to just wait. Sometimes that sign doesn't come. You're right. That's why I said wait a few days. If it don't come, like I said, I told you guys where my husband actually I asked for the sign one day just I don't know. I hadn't seen him appear lately or anything like that. And yeah, I asked for a sign one day, and a couple hours later, I had a big bag of weed on my bench in my backyard that a friend came over and put there. She doesn't even know why she did it. I asked you, why'd you do that? And what was the bench? It was his bench. It says in loving memory, and it has his name on it. And yeah, I mean, they'll make the sign where you can't doubt it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, you got to be patient. You know what it's like? It's like calling somebody and leaving a message on their answering machine or whatever, voicemail. They might not call you back in 2 seconds. They might be doing something. So give it time, but you put in your request, and they'll work on it. And they'll put that in your path, but you'll have to keep us posted. Yep, you're right. My friend is connected with the afterlife, and I was able to ask a question. I always wondered, and I knew it was him because of how he reacted 2 different ways. Yes. So I just watched Suzanne Giesemann. She's probably one of the best mediums I have ever seen. I've seen a few really good ones. No fraud. You know what I mean? You can't even stretch. Anyway, I just saw a video that she did, and I want to play one of her videos one of these nights if you guys are interested. And she was talking about she was. Anyway, I thought, this would be a good video for somebody who's new to communicating with your loved ones. So yeah, I think I want to play that soon. But her story is really, really cool. So Suzanne Giesemann was a commander. Let me think. What was she? She was a naval commander, if I remember right. A Navy commander. And she was very, what do they call it, left brain, didn't believe in all this spiritual stuff. I don't even know if she believed in God. She thought it was all nonsense, right? But she was the first assistant to the commander-in-chief of the joint commission. What was it? The naval, whatever. She was serving during 9/11, and she was on a helicopter with George Bush riding over New York City. She has a picture of it. She, I think she worked with Colin Powell. Anyway, very, very high-ranking commander in the Navy. And Anyway, her husband was in the Navy too. And after 9/11, they were both near retirement age. And it made them both think that, you know what, life is short. We should just retire and live out our dream. And their dream, as both being Navy commanders, or I'm not sure what the husband's rank was, but both being naval, serving in the Navy, their dream was to buy a boat and sail the ocean blue and just go all the different places they've always wanted to go. And they did. So they both retired. Suzanne had just hit her 20 years, because that's when you can get your pension and all that at 20 years. She had just hit her 20 years at 9/11, like that month. And her husband was already over the 20 years. So they both decided, hey, let's quit. Life is short. We could die tomorrow. And so 9/11 changed their mind, and they retired. And they did. They bought a boat, a beautiful boat, a sailboat, and they went off to live their dream. And they were sailing the ocean one time, and they were in a very remote part, a beautiful part. I can't remember where. And there's basically like no cell phone service or not like that. They at 9/11, if they needed to communicate, they had to go to shore, and they had to call home, right, and see how everything was. So anyway, they were sailing, and somehow they got notified that they needed to call home. And so they went into port, and at somewhere they didn't even know. It wasn't even. They brought their boat in and docked it, and went and they found a payphone, and they thought that her stepdaughter, his daughter, was going into labor. They thought, oh, I bet she's having the baby. So they get to a payphone, expecting to hear, hey, she went into premature labor or something. They said, call home, it's an emergency. So they thought, oh my goodness, she's having the baby. So they got docked, they got to a payphone, they call home, and they got devastating news that his daughter, her stepdaughter, who was 6 months pregnant, and also in the Army, she's in the Army. She was a sergeant in the Army. And her husband was in the Army too. And they got news that she had just been struck by lightning and killed. Her and the baby died. And they were just devastated. And what happened was she was in uniform, and she learned that her and her husband got to work together that day. They didn't normally work together, but they were going to work in the same building. So when she got to work, it was storming out, and she got out of her car. She was so excited that she was running to the building to go meet her husband, and because they didn't see each other every day or something like that. Anyway, she's excited. She gets out of the car. She starts running across the parking lot, and people saw it. People saw her. They were looking out the window, saw her running towards it, and they saw her get struck by lightning and killed. She was 6 months pregnant. Anyway, they left the boat there. They paid the guy to dock the boat, and they took a plane home back to America. And, they had a funeral for the girl, and the baby, who was still in her womb. And at the funeral, Suzanne said that she went up to the casket and she looked at her stepdaughter, and she realized, and I think her stepdaughter's name is Susie, if I remember right, because her name is Suzanne, but I think the stepdaughter's name was Susie. But she said she went up to the casket, and she even though she didn't believe in afterlife, she didn't believe in nothing religious or nothing. She said she took one look at her and realized that that is an empty shell. The spirit, the life had left. And it dawned on her, if the spirit's not in that body, where did it go? Because if you ever been to a funeral and you saw somebody that you love that in a casket, you can see that the spirit is gone. It's their body, but there's something completely different when the spirit leaves. Your body, you know, if you know, you know. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. And that got her thinking, because she never believed in this stuff, but she said that changed her mind right there, that, okay, this is not Susan. This is just it's not Susie or whatever. It's just an empty shell. So that right there convinced her that something left her body that was in there. And so after, the funeral and everything, they went back on the boat and they were just trying to deal with what just happened. And so it was, maybe a few weeks later. And she said they went out to somewhere. They had all these places that they were going, and the husband is obviously devastated. She's devastated. And they went into a port, and she reads a lot of books. So she went into a bookstore, and I can't remember what she said. I think she said a book went flying off the shelf or something happened. And she looked at the book, and it was one of those mediums, right? And if I remember right, it was Jacob Frog. You remember him? I think that was his name. Or Joshua Frog, whatever. It was one of those ones that you see on TV, which I don't really buy any of the ones that I see on TV, right? I think if they're on TV, I don't know. I don't believe them. Anyway, and there's been so many like Long Island medium that have been caught freaking rigging stuff. You know what I mean? So there's so many scam artists out there. It turns people off. They think they're all scams. And the ones on TV, I'm going to tell you. Anyway, so she bought a couple books, and that was one of them was, I don't know if it's called Crossing Over. I can't remember what it was called, but she got this book, and she said she hid it from her husband. So when she was reading it, she didn't really want her husband to see, because they're very left brain, or whatever they call it. They're very logical. They have to see it and feel it and to experience it. But she wanted to know, where did Susie's soul go? Because she was convinced there's something that she must not have known about. So, she would kind of read it when he was sleeping or whatever. So then, anyway, she felt silly. Like if her husband saw her reading a book on how to get in touch with spirits or something, she thought he would think she's, I don't know, weird or something. You know what I mean? I don't know how to put it. Can't remember how she said it, but she was embarrassed to have her husband see it, what he might think. So she read that, and then they had this experience. I'll just turn you on to her channel, but it ended up that they went to a medium. Okay, she got more and more and more interested. The more she read, the more she studied, she knew she was onto the truth. Anything that she heard was not true. She knew she was onto the truth. So she convinced her husband to go to a medium to see if they could contact the daughter, the spirit. And he didn't even know what a medium was, and he thought it was kind of dumb, but she insisted that they go. So they go to this medium, and they just went kind of as skeptics. But this was all a great plan, okay? Because everything's planned out from your life, and so things are put in. There's no accidents, okay? When things happen, it's kind of guiding you forward to the next thing. So they end up at this medium, and she, he's all skeptical. She's kind of hopeful, and they didn't say anything, nothing. Or they're trying to contact, nothing. So they sit down with the lady, and the lady says, "Huh, that's weird." She said, "I see a young woman, and she's got a little boy with her. And when she died, when she got struck by lightning, that was a boy in her womb. She was pregnant with a boy, 6-month-old, with her little boy. So she said, there's a woman standing behind you, and she's holding on the hand of a little boy." And they're like, "What?" And she said, "But the weird thing is," she says, "she's wearing," she said, she says, "the medium said her clothes are kind of throwing me off." And she said, "Well, what do you see?" And she says, she's got these kind of ugly clothes on. They're like brownish green. And she described the girl's uniform to a T. She didn't know they had a daughter that died. They didn't know she was in the military. She didn't know that she was pregnant with a boy. The lady says, "Yeah, there's a young woman there." Described what she looked like, hanging on the hand of a little boy. And she's wearing these drab clothing is what it was. But she was describing a military, like an army uniform, that color. And then they just almost fell off their chairs, and they said, "She's here, she's okay, and she brought the little boy to let you know that they're okay." And after that, she wasn't afraid to talk about it. And now he's a total believer, because their daughter just came through with the little boy, and she was saying things that only she would know. So they left there a 180-degree change. Now they're both interested, right? Then they went somewhere. They were somewhere, and they asked Susie for a sign or whatever. And all of a sudden, all these butterflies just went crazy, and they were swirling around both of them. And this is the stuff that they do, you guys, that when you ask for signs. And all these butterflies are just like circling them and just going crazy. And they're like, they're just like so happy. Now they know she's there. And then Suzanne said that she found the best psychic training place in the world, basically, and it's over in England, and it is only a 1-day course, or 1 or 2 days. She flew over there, she took those courses, and what she learned is that she thought she was kind of doing it wrong, because they started trying to communicate themselves. Some people see, they're clairvoyant, they're clear audio, they can hear. Some people see the spirits, some hear them, some can sense them. Suzanne could sense personalities really good, because a lot of times the personality will come through. Sometimes a medium doesn't see the person or hear something, but they'll say, "Wow, this is an old feisty old man, and he he's this and that. He's got a German accent." But the personality, he always has to have everything perfect. He doesn't, he'll describe she can describe the personality of the person coming through. So anyway, she learned a lot from that school in like 2 days, and came back, and she started, practicing what she taught. And then there was a story of this boy named Wolf, and Wolf came into her life and changed everything. And this was where everything just blew up. So she was learning a lot, and she wrote a book. And the book was her first book, and she wrote about the afterlife and how the soul lives on forever. And she wrote this book, and she put it on Amazon or something like that. Anyway, this guy orders the books, just some stranger out there orders her book off of Amazon. And when he got the book, the guy actually complained because he said the book had some pages were upside down, some writing on some pages was backwards. He said like he complained because what's wrong? Why is my book all jacked up? Half the pages are upside down. Some of it's written backwards. And she's like, what? They printed out like, I don't know, thousands of copies. They never had a single complaint. He said, well, my book's all mixed up. And she said, he said, I'm trying to read it to get a hold of my son. He's in the afterlife. And she said, was your son a bit of a jokester? And he said, well, yeah. And she thought, there you go. She said, he's trying to, he's messing with you with that book. And that book is supposed to let you know that book is from him. Okay. So that's something that a jokester would, you're going to be the only one that gets a book with the pages backwards and upside down. Out of all these books that were printed, that one got all jacked up and ended up in his hands. Well, she talks to the guy and finds out he had a son and his name was Wolf. And Wolf died, and he's really desperate to talk to Wolf. And Wolf was a prankster. And this is how Wolf connected his dad and Suzanne together by turning them pages upside down. So he would complain and they would get in touch. This is how they work, you guys. It's stuff we would never dream of. So anyway, she meets this guy, and anyway, she brought Wolf through, and instantly the guy knew that was the son. And so she ends up working with the guy. She ends up writing a book about Wolf. And I forget, actually, here, let me tell you what it is. And Wolf changed everything for everybody. Wolf changed her, and she, in turn, changed thousands of people's life because Wolf came through with a lot of things. And I'm going to tell you, I never read the book, but I heard her talk about it enough. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Wolf, and get this, that man's son, Wolf, guess how he was killed? A freak accident. He was struck by lightning. And she could not believe that this man's son was also struck dead by lightning. And they said his soul must have known that he was going to cross, because of course they do. Your soul doesn't share everything with us, okay? My soul, your soul, does not all fit in your human body, okay? A part of your soul is on the outside helping you. That is your intuition. So some said, don't go down there. No, don't. That's your gut feeling. That's your soul. That's your intuition, is your soul. So anyway, Wolf's soul, Wolf didn't know it, but his greater soul, I don't even know how to explain it, knew that Wolf was going to die. All right. I don't even know how to explain it. So your soul, your spirit knows that you're going to pass over. And this happens to a lot of people. Hey, cat, they're trying to crawl into a plastic bag. Hold on a second. Hey, little kittens. But his soul knew that he was going to die. And so Wolf was always a very messy person. His apartment was always a disaster. And And if I remember right, the day that he died and he got struck by lightning, he had gone before he left his apartment that day. For some reason, he cleaned his apartment immaculate, like nobody has ever seen it. Wolf did not do that. But for some reason, Wolf cleaned his whole apartment like spotless. And he had, up on the wall, he had drawn a lightning bolt, or there was a picture of a lightning bolt. But anyway, there was a lightning bolt and it was cool looking. So he tagged it to the wall with a pin. And then he left for the day and he got struck and killed by lightning. So when they entered his apartment, they could not believe it was spotless. It didn't even look like his apartment, but it was. And on the wall was a picture of a really cool picture of a lightning bolt he had just put up there. So his soul knew when he left, he was going to leave it tidy. And he was going to show you, his soul knew he was going to be struck by lightning. You can't plan this stuff out. So anyway, she wrote a book about Wolf, and I'll tell you what it's called. But anyway, so if everybody might have already experienced this. Have you ever known somebody who died, and before they died, I'll give you an example. Have you ever been with somebody and like you're talking about something and just, I've heard this so many times by people. Yeah, it was so weird because just the week before, my sister and I were having coffee and it happened to come up about dying. And my sister said, if I ever die, I want to be put in this casket or something like that. And or somebody will mention something about after I die, I wish I was buried in that cemetery. Or when I die, I want my kids to have this. Somebody will say something out of left field, like, you could be sitting watching TV with somebody and they'll say, you know what, when I die, I want, a big party, you know what I mean, or something. Like, no planning on dying. A young person can do it, but that person will say out of the blue, man, when I die, I want this or that or whatever. And next week, the person dies. Like, what are the freaking odds? You know what I mean? So people, your soul will tell people, hey, if something ever happens to me, make sure there's a box over here, or whatever. Not that they're planning on dying, but anyway, your soul, or you ever hear this one? Like, the last time I seen him, he came, like right before he died. Like if somebody doesn't know they're dying, like it makes even more sense. So like it'll be somebody living their life, and somebody, maybe your family member, and you visit them, and you'll hear stuff like, it was really weird because the last time I saw that person, we were saying goodbye and they said, hey, can I have a hug? And they gave him a big hug. And this person never gave anybody hugs, but it was so weird because the last time I saw him, he said, hey, can I have a hug? And then they died like the next week or something. So they'll give like a gesture before they die. You know what I'm saying? The person doesn't know it, but your soul does. So anyway, I've not looked in the chat, so I'm going to look because I could go on forever. But anyway, yes, thank you. That's Suzanne Giesman's channel. I believe at that point she was connected. Yeah, James Prague. Yeah. So I don't necessarily believe James Prague. Years ago, I loved James Prague. I thought he was probably the realest deal there. And maybe he is, you know what I mean? But I haven't seen a lot coming out of TV psychics. Nothing like this. So I was skeptical about, and what was that other one that South Park made fun of? John, I can't remember. Yeah, so anyway, so things will start to ring bells with you, right? And so, yeah, so Suzanne Gieseman's book is called something about Wolf. And that is what she talks about. So anyway, so I have hiccups. So what happened is Suzanne is so good at this, so good at contacting spirits. She got better and better and better. And she ended up opening like a foundation, okay? And her goal is to connect people with their loved ones on the other side, but she's got a particular soft spot for parents who have lost a child, because they know what it's like to lose a child. And do you know how many people lose a child and that couple ends up divorced? They're devastated. It ruins their life. They end up divorced. You know what I mean? They could end up taking their lives. Guilt, all kinds of loneliness, depression, whatever, all of it. So her mission was to not only connect people with their loved ones on the other side, but make sure that people are able to connect with their loved ones. So she has special seminars for connecting parents with their loved ones. And when people come and show up, they are a shell of a person. And once she shows them and connects them with their child, their life is their life has breath again. It's life changing for everybody. If you think your kid's dead and you think, oh my God, are they looking for us? Are they mad at us? Where did our child go? Their life has been, it's like getting the paddles and you're brought back to life. It changes. She has changed so many people through mediumship, but she still works with anybody, but she has special seminars for parents so they don't have to live in misery like most parents do when they lose a child. It's probably the worst, Yeah. So, here, oops, wrong one. So, yeah, I really like her. Now, if I was you, I would probably, go to like, I don't know. If I'd have to look at her videos, I could recommend you something like at an entry level. Okay, tie-dye, thanks for coming in. I know it's really late, very, very late. Her mom is her protector to this day. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Suzanne Gieseman book, Wolf. There it is. Wolf's Message, I think. Let me see. Yeah, Wolf's Message. Right here. Wolf's Message. And so Wolf started coming through, right? And it's like a ripple effect. Yeah, it is very life-changing. Anyway, good night, tie-dye Gammy. Thank you for coming in here. Gammy, I died as a child. My father saved my life. Oh, that is interesting. Because so you've been to the edge. You've been to the edge and came back. That's interesting. And that means, listen, like I said, everybody has got, before you come here, your soul already knows how long you're going to be here. Am I going to be here and die as a baby, a 5-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 100-year-old? You already know before you come here how long you have. It's like going to college. Okay, I'm going to go be a doctor. I know I have to go 8 years, right? Or maybe I'm just going to go, I'm going to go be, a parking attendant. Well, you don't have to go very long to learn that, right? So maybe you would go for, 6 months, right? So like the harder the course you're going to take, the longer, I can't even say longer. Okay. So if you almost died as a child, you were not meant to die that day. Your soul knows, hey, no, I came down here to learn this. I know it's going to take a certain amount of time. And no, I'm not checking out now. I'm just at the, start of my lesson. So that's why the whole plane can go down and you can be the only survivor, because it was their time to leave, but not yours. You understand? So near-death experiences are interesting, really. Yeah. But yeah, and I'm telling you, once you learn stuff, you won't be so afraid to die. And when your loved ones die, you'll look at it completely different, because the only thing that happened is their soul left their body because it was time to leave their body. They're still here. If you want them here, they're still here. Now they got things to do. They're busy over there. They got plenty of things to do on the afterlife. But if they can come visit you, that's no problem. Yeah, I'm gonna just look at some of these comments, because I don't know if people had any questions. But you really need to kind of get a video like for beginners, you know what I mean? If you're new to it. Because some of Suzanne's stuff is kind of more advanced, right? Like she contacts, we all have spirit guides. In her spirit guide, she calls Sanaya. And it's not just one spirit guide, it is a group of spirit guides. Right now, Suzanne can pretty much connect with, well, a lot of people that most people can't. Like, anyway, she reads personalities fastest rather than seeing the person or hearing them. She will tell you to the T what the personality of your loved one was. As a matter of fact, she was giving a seminar one time and they're always like and guess what? She donates her money to make sure that every parent can come to those seminars. She'll pay their way. She has a foundation or something. I can't remember. She donates a certain amount of her money to make sure that the parents can come, have a place to stay, pay for your hotel, and pay for your whatever, pay your way, because she wants people, especially the parents, to understand that their life isn't over and neither is yours because of the devastation. Just the devastation comes with the death of a child, you know what I mean? Let's see, and he was, all right, I think I need to go back further. But yeah, what I would do is just say out loud, please guide me to the video of Suzanne that I need to see. Please, because like I said, if you're not ready for some stuff, you might think this is weird, you know what I mean? So when she talks to her spirit guide, Sanaya, I've seen her like going into a trance, not very often, but anyway, like I said, just ask the spirits, the heavens up above, ask God, whatever, pray and say, please lead me to the video that I need to see, okay? Because that's just how simple that is. Yeah. My friend is connected with the afterlife, and I was able to ask a question I always wondered, and I knew it was him because of how he reacted 2 different ways. Exactly. I know tie-dye has gone to bed, but yeah, his union and SSD survivors. Yeah, we need to talk about crossing and what's left. Crossing over. Believe me, when your spirit leaves your body, it's like, whoo, I mean, it's such a relief. I mean, yeah, but you cannot fake knowing somebody's personality. Like the fakes, the psychics, all right, Long Island Medium and all that crap. Oh, and by the way, they do something called cold calls, or what is it called? And they also do, there's a couple tricks that they use. And it's always the same. When they're frauds, they will get your information when you sign up. They will like, how do I put that? And you can see it in some of these old videos of the psychics, like if they're on Geraldo or Montel Williams or whatever, you'll see them use these tricks. Like, okay, so when you show up, say you're at Long Island Medium, okay? Okay, so you go to the studio, Long Island Medium, or the place she's at, and they have a whole room full of people. And they say, okay, before you see the Long Island Medium, we're just going to talk to you about how things are going to happen. And anyway, they get your information, at least your name, where you're from, or whatever. Then they get that to somebody else who is behind the scenes, maybe in another room, and say your name is Sally Smith. So then they start scanning your Facebook, all your stuff. Oh, look, Sally Smith. Oh, it was R.I.P. Jim. Oh, Jim died of a heart attack, right? Oh, so they'll scan all your social media. They'll scan anything they can. They'll check into you. And then you'll always hear the same thing, whether it's Long Island Medium. I can't remember that other guy's name. The South Park made fun of. Anyway, no matter what, you always hear the same thing. We showed up. We were out in this room for 3 hours. They're there 3-4 hours. Finally, they get to go in, they file in, and they get their seats, and Long Island Medium comes up, and she says, hey, everybody, good to see you. Yeah, over here somewhere, we got a guy who had a heart attack. Name starts with a J. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, he's saying he loved the funeral. He loved all the yellow roses because they just looked at your Facebook, right? Yeah, yeah, and over here, is there a somebody with the name Bob, right? Because they, you know what I mean. So I think they call that cold caller. I can't remember, cold something. And then another trick is them fishing, okay? And I can't remember what they call it, but it's a little more simple. This is more of a Sylvia Brown trick, okay? She was less sophisticated. She didn't have a team of people scouring your social media. She's just in there going to shoot shit and like it or not. She's wrong. She's not. She actually admitted, that, if you're dumb enough to believe this stuff, then that's on you, basically, is her words. But anyway, she's the type that would be like the fishing, like, okay, yeah, I'm picking up some over here on the left. Yeah, back in the back. Is there somebody in this area over here who lost? It looks like an older woman or something. And next, a few people raise their hand. Yeah, it's like I'm feeling something in my chest, or maybe somewhere in my torso. Something happened. I feel pain, and It's like it's in my chest area, and well, duh. Nobody dies because their arms or legs hurt. You know what I mean? The cause of your death is always going to be 99 out of 100 times something went wrong with your head or your torso, right? Unless your arms are pinned under, a tractor or something. Most people die because of something that happens in your torso or your head. So it's just over here, yeah, something with the heads. They're saying it's an older gentleman. Yeah, and he's saying he's holding his head. He says something happened to his head. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's saying that. He's got a message for you. He says he loves you. He says he misses you, and not to worry. And he says that he's visited you a few times, and he says, he really misses the family or something. Very generic. Okay. Those are the two type that you're going to see on TV. The one that comes in cold call, I think, whatever. The one that fishes your background while they put you in room A for 3 hours. And then when they always say, when we finally got in there, we were with the Long Island meal in 30 minutes. So they're out in the waiting room for 3 or 4 hours. They go see Long Island Meal for 30 minutes. You know what I mean? So you always spend more time in the waiting room than with the actual show. Or you'll be like Sylvia Brown, just grasping at straws. Because, yeah, everybody dies. Almost everybody dies because of something with your torso or your head. Duh. You know what I mean? So anyway, you can learn how to spot the fakes, their techniques and all that stuff. And you'll say, oh, yeah. And then once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? One of those things. It's like the 2 tumblers in a straw. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Anyway. Yeah, so let me get this down here. And just remember, they come through you like anything with nature. They're really good. I'll tell you the easiest ways that they can come through and talk to you. Anything electrical, because we are energy. Our soul is a ball of energy, and that's why you'll see an orb. That's our soul. It's a ball of energy, and that's why you'll see it on cameras. You'll see orbs. But that ball of energy, we're made out of energy. And so what can you do? Of course, you can affect the electricity. You can affect all kinds of things with that. So the easiest things that they can do to come through is they can have you smell their perfume, their cigar, so you can olfactory, they call it olfactory senses through your nose, smelling. You'll smell them. You'll hear them. You'll hear footsteps. Maybe you'll hear them say, Kathy, or, you'll hear a familiar, somebody that that's audio, clear audio or whatever, the hearing. And there's, sometimes you'll see them or whatever, but yeah, so there's certain ways that they are easier to get than other. One of the hardest things for them to do is to make verbal noise, like talking, okay? Stuff like that. Speaking is probably, you'll smell them and see them and feel them, and you'll feel their personality, probably most people, before you ever hear them say anything. It's rare that they speak. And if they speak, you probably know that it's them. It'll be familiar, and it will, but most people don't hear speaking. Oh, you know what else they do? They'll come up and they'll touch your shoulder, or they'll like pat your head, or like, maybe, pet your hair or whatever, like a little touch. And I told you guys more than once, I'm like, or sometimes I'll think it's a dog My first thought is, how's the dog's paw on my shoulder? I'll turn around. There's nobody. The dogs are sleeping. But I definitely will feel somebody touch my shoulder. I think maybe once I felt them touch my head, but I feel them like somebody's hand just tapped my shoulder. You know what I mean? So you'll feel them. They can do that. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I missed. Sorry if I missed your comments, because I'm lost in the comment section right now. Hey, Nazarene, I don't think I seen you earlier. Good to see you, Nazarene. And Runaway Truth, good to see you too. Yeah. Oh, there's Runaway. Okay, there. Okay, I missed a bunch of your guys' comments. So I'll tell you, when my husband died, I knew he was there. I saw him in a picture. I told you, I saw my son told me to take a picture when he's going off a jump on a snowboard. And I took a picture of him. And in that picture, clear as day, was my husband's face. And there was, he's very distinct looking. He's very handsome. And but anyway, clear as day, it was his face. And it was a big smoky, it was just kind of like you'd see on TV, like a smoky face, like you could see through him. Almost like his face was like smoke, but very distinctive in the paper. In the picture, you could see through him, but his face was you could show it to somebody and say, wow, that's him, But so there was no doubt. But that was right after he died. I'd say within a month after he died, he showed up in that photograph. And it just went from there, Her mom is a protector to this day. Caleb, nope, don't do that. Hey, Caleb, stop, please. There it is. This is what I was looking for, dear Jane. My partner Mark was an author of cemetery guidebooks called Hollywood Remains to Be Seen. He wrote it so people looking for graves of famous people could easily find them. We talked death endlessly. I worked for LA County Coroner's Office. It was literally all we talked about. Did you really? You worked for LA County Really? Interesting. I hope he's getting to meet all the celebrities. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. You can see anybody you want on the other side. I started hearing my name called at 6 years old. Oh, lady playing, you were born. Well, I hate to say that because we're all born with the gift. We're all born with it. But the thing is, when you're a child, everybody convinces you over and over that you're not hearing anybody. That's imaginary friend. Nope, you're too old to be doing that now. Anyway, children are born with it. That's why little kids see spirits. We're all born with it. In fact, that's why dogs will see spirits. My dogs see spirits because my dogs have never been sat down over and over and convinced that it's not real. No, Caleb, those aren't real. No, that's not a real ghost. No, ghosts are made up stuff. Nope, you're not seeing anything. No, that's imaginary. You're too old to be seeing imaginary people. I mean, that's why people say, oh, my daughter's got an imaginary friend. No, those are spirits she's talking to. But most people will brainwash your children that, no, that's just made up stuff. And then pretty soon your kid's like, yeah, okay, I guess this is all fake. I'll just go watch cartoons instead. You know what I mean? So it's real easy to talk children out of what they're seeing. Like, well, that's my mom and dad. They know everything, so I guess I'm not seeing this. Kathy, I'm a burn survivor. At the hospital, the doctors told my children that I was not going to make it because my heart stopped a few times. Next thing I know, I woke up 4 months later from an induced coma. Are you really? I have a question for you, Nasreen, because I have a family member that was burned alive, and well, he made it to the hospital. I don't know if I want to even get into that story, but anyway, but he was burned alive, and well, here's what happened. So it was my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law. It was my husband had a twin sister. And so me and my husband used to hang around with his sister and her husband. We traveled together. I don't know how many trips we went on. Those were our best friends. My husband and I, our best friends was his twin sister and her husband. And they were so fun to hang around with. And one day we were doing side work as limousine drivers, right? So I had my doctor office job, and then nights and weekends we were driving limo for Ken Patera. He was a wrestler, and well, he not him. He had a Ken Patera had a limousine business, and he also owned a Gold's Gym. So he owned the gym and he owned the limo business, and we were driving limo in our extra time for his business. And anyway, we were supposed to be with our friends, and but we were doing the limo thing, and so they went ice fishing by themselves. So they went out ice fishing without us on the lake, and they had a propane tank and for the fish house to warm it. And the propane ran out. So they went to the store and they bought a tank of propane and they put it in the backseat of the car. And on the way home, they could smell the propane like it was leaking, right? And so when they got home, I'll just say his name was Larry, and Larry brought the propane tank into the house, and he sat down at the kitchen chair, and he figured he would back the valve off a little bit and put some plumber's tape on there and turn it back so it won't leak, right? That was the plan. So in the meantime, my sister-in-law and her two kids, and their kids were the exact same ages as my two kids. A boy and a girl, same exact age. So she had the kids and they were taking baths. So they're in the other side of the house taking a bath. Well, Larry's in the kitchen trying to fix his propane tank from leaking. So if anybody knows about these propane tanks, it's called a left-handed thread. So most of the time when you tighten something, or say a faucet, you ever turn on a garden faucet, you turn it right to open it. And well, actually, for a faucet, it turns left and it opens up, right? The water starts flowing. So left is open, right is closed, but it's completely opposite on a propane tank. So instead of turning to the right to tighten something, a propane tank, for some ungodly reason, goes the opposite. So if you want to loosen a propane tank, you turn it opposite than you would for everything else. I don't know why they did that. So Larry's sitting there. He's sitting at the kitchen table. He's got a 20-pound propane tank in his lap, and he's backing off the tape, right? I mean, he's backing off the nozzle, and his plan was to back it off, put the plumber's tape on, and crank it back down. So he backs off the nozzle, he puts on the plumber tank, and he forgot that it's a left-handed thread. So he turned it the wrong way, like a normal tightening. He turns it the wrong way. The frickin' the nozzle comes off, and the pilot on the stove anyway, the propane starts shooting out immediately. And then they said they heard, and then it went boom, and the whole house blew up. And both the walls blasted out. So the front wall facing the street blew out. The back door facing the backyard blew out. So both ends of the house blew out. But the walls and the roof were still on. So there's flames shooting out the front and the back of the house. And they were in the living room, and the kids were out of the bathtub, and she's like brushing the daughter's hair. And she heard boom. And it was so weird. She said the children were they were in their bathrobes because they just got out of the bathtub. And the son, the little boy, was standing there, and he was kind of standing up facing the kitchen. And the ball, it was like on Indiana Jones. You know how they had the ball or like a ball rolling of flames? Like there's a big ball of flames that was rolling like a ball. And it came right at them and went right through all three of them. The little boy's bathrobe got blown open, and he got burned on his chest. But they got knocked out into the front yard. The mom and the two kids were knocked out in the front yard by the explosion. And as they're like landing in the front yard, and it was winter time. It was snowy. And middle of winter, that's why they're ice fishing. So they're blown out into the snow, and they hear Larry screaming inside the house. And so she gets up, the kids are okay, and she looks into the house, and the flames were from the ceiling down to about waist high. And then from the waist down, it was, God, I can't even explain it. So the flames came from the ceiling down to about the waist. Underneath from waist down, it was clear, like smoke, but there was no flames. So she got on her hands and knees, and she crawled under the flames that were above her, right? Like a broiler in an oven. So she's crawling under the flames, and she grabs him by his hand, and all the skin came off his hand. And so she grabs his whole body, and she lugs him out the other side and gets him out in the yard, right? He is laying on the ground. He's smoking, and his body's smoking, and all of his clothes are gone. The only thing left is the rubber elastic band of his underwear. Every inch of clothing is burned except the elastic of his Fruit of the Loom underwear is still, that's the only thing left on him. And he's like smoking, and fire trucks were already coming because they're only like a block away from the fire station. So instantly the fire trucks are there. Everybody's there. Ambulances are there. And the guy that shows up knows Larry very well. And so they're like, "Oh no, Larry, what happened?" And Larry's words were, "I forgot it was," he said, "I fucked up. I forgot it was a left-handed thread," or something like that. That was the only thing he said. And then he went unconscious. So they get him in the ambulance, and they rush him down to the burn center. And in St. Paul, Regions Burn Center is the #1 burn center, maybe in the United States. They specialize in burn victims. And so he's down there. And I specifically remember it was a Tuesday night because I worked for 13 years. I worked 9 to 5 at this doctor's office. But every Tuesday I had to come in from 12 to 9 or 12 to 8. So I remember I had just left work. It was, and I had just gotten home. So it was like 8:30 at night. And then when I got home, because there was no cell phones back then, when I got home, my husband was like, "We got to get going. Larry just their house blew up, and he's in the hospital. He might die." So anyway, I got my sister to come over to watch the kids because we didn't want to bring them. So my sister came over to stay with the kids, and my husband and I rushed down to the hospital. And we got down there at 9:30, 10 or whatever, as soon as we could. And he was in the burn unit intensive care. And by that time, I think his parents were still alive, because this whole family had, every one of them died of a freak accident. It was crazy. But anyway, at the time, most of the family members were still alive. They were going to all die in a freak accident of their own down the road. But at this point, their family was there when we got there, and the doctor came in, and the doctor said that he looked at him and everything, and he says, yeah, we need to go down to the family room. So we all went down to this little room where the doctor gives you the bad news. And the doctor said, I'm sorry, he's not going to make it. And he said, I'll be surprised if he makes it to the morning. And we were all like, oh, you don't know Larry. Larry's a survivor. Larry's strong. Larry, he's going to beat this. And the guy's just really sad. He says, I'm sorry, he's not going to do it. And he said, I'm going to tell you why I know this. He said, the doctor said this. He said, when I was a little boy, my dad burned to death. And he said he watched his dad go through just what your friend is going through right now. He said, my dad didn't make it to the morning. And what happened to me as a child watching my dad die made me determined to become a doctor. And when I became a doctor, my goal was to help burn patients. And that was his goal in life, is to be a burn patient, a doctor that treats burn patients. He said, and I'm going to tell you why I know he's not going to make it, because he's burned at 99% of his body. And here's with the math that comes into this. When you get burned, you have to add your age plus the percentage of burns, and it has to be under 100. So if you are 20 years old and your body is burned 85%, you're not going to make it, because 85 plus 20 is 105, right? So if you have to add your age, add it plus the percentage of your body. So if your body's burned 50% and you are 60 years old, you're not going to make it. But if your body's burned at 50% and you're, 10 years old, yeah, you're going to make it. Maybe 20, yeah. You know what I mean? So he said the math is always correct. His age plus the burn amount, he's not going to make it. And maybe he might have been 90%, 95, whatever. But so we were all like in shock. And then he said, we're going to try to do what we can for him, but just say your goodbyes. So we go in the other back into the burn where he's laying on the gurney. And and he told us what's going to happen too. He said, what's going to happen in the next few hours before he dies is we're going to give him all the morphine we can. We're going to try to keep him comfortable, but he's still conscious right now. You can talk to him. He is conscious. He can hear you. But just go in there and just know that you need to say what you need to say. So we go in there, and the family's in there. So when we went in there, the rest of the family went and took a break. They went and well, now this was like extended family, right? Because us close family members already got the bad news. So we're in there, and he said, what's going to happen is when you get burned, your body produces water, right? I mean, your body actually oozes out saline. And that's why when you get a blister, when you get burned, you get a blister. And what happens? It's water. He said, so burns, your body reacts by producing this water, just like a burn blister. He said, so what's going to happen is that his body is going to just keep producing water, producing water, producing water. And he's going to expand, and his head will be double the size of what it is now by morning. So I'm just going to tell you so you're not shocked. This is what's going to happen. He prepared us. So we go in there, and Larry is wrapped like a mummy, right? He's wrapped like a mummy, but you can, there's a little slits where his eyes are, so he can kind of see out. He's got no nose. His nose is gone. So he's like a mummy, but you can see the shape of his face. The nose is gone. And he's laying there, and they're trying to, and the nurses are asking, what do you need? What can we do? And he kept saying, wipe my nose, but he had no nose, right? The nose is gone. And so we sat with him all night long. And by the time the sun came up, the whole floor, they had to keep coming in with a mop, and they were mopping the floor because he was oozing so much. It was all over the floor. And he was double in size by the morning. And we were just crying, and we just couldn't believe it. And anyway, he was hanging on. He lasted longer than the doctors thought. But in the morning, his brother had flown in from, his brother was in the Marine Corps or the Army or something. The brother flew in on an airplane, and he called us from the airport, and he said, can you come pick me up? I just landed. So my husband and I got in the car, drove to the airport, picked up the brother. And when we came back, he had just passed away. Everybody was crying. He just missed the brother coming. But anyway, what happened, and then we ended up, we buried him. He had a nice funeral and all that. And the kids were burned. The wife got burned. The two children got burned. The son mostly had, his chest was all blistered because his bathrobe blew open in the explosion. It kind of burned like a V shape in his chest. So he had a big red V-shaped burn. And both of them, they all had like hands. Their hair was burned and their hands were a little bit burned, but they did okay. And then what happened was, it was all over the news, right? So there was, anyway, there was people driving by like one after another. It was almost like a chain of cars constantly. And his wife asked, everything was burned. Even the next door neighbor's house got burned. But they're devastated because they just lost everything. And then when the fire department put the fire out, it all froze into ice, you know what I mean? So by the time we came back, I think the next day or the day after, there was gawkers everywhere. There was still news trucks. And actually, when we came home from the hospital, that morning, I went over to my mom and dad's house, and my mom and dad knew him very well. He was a big part of our life, and my mom and dad, my dad especially, felt really bad. And anyway, my dad, I went in and I just was hugging my dad, and it was all over the news. It was so weird seeing my own family on the news. And anyway, it was like constantly on the news. And anyway, his wife asked, my sister-in-law asked if any way we could go over and dig through the rubble and see if we could find photographs. And especially she wanted the wedding ring, okay, because his wedding ring was in there. But so me and my two children went over there, and like, I don't know, it was the third or fourth day. There was still people driving by, parking, looking, taking pictures, gawking. And even the news people were still, there'd be one here and there left. And anyway, me and my kids dug through that rubble, and we got photographs. We found a lot of stuff that we found photographs. We found anything that we thought she would want, anything that wasn't completely burnt up. And we had to keep going into my car, and we were putting things on I had left my car running and had the heat going coming out of the dash. So we were putting things on the dashboard, trying to thaw them out. And anyway, it just kept being on the news over and over. Every day it was on the news. And we just, all of us couldn't take it anymore. So me, my husband, our two kids, her and her two kids, the widow and her two kids, my sister-in-law and my nephew and niece, we all packed up the car and we left, and we went up to my parents' cabin, and we stayed up there. And because at my parents' cabin, there's no TV. You couldn't get TV signal. So we went away up there where we didn't have to watch the news. And we stayed there for a while. And then when we came back, it was unbelievable, you guys. One of the news stations had this thing going to help the family out. And so my sister-in-law ended up getting some money because a lot of people donated. Everything they had was lost. And I'm going to tell you, I don't even want to say this because I'll cry, but there was a lot of people, because you think the world's bad, but man, so many people, just really cared. And people were sending them clothes. They were sending them all kinds of things, and they had notes attached. And I remember there was one of the things we opened, it was a baby doll. And it was some little girl had given her baby doll to my niece. And I thought, wow. But yeah, it was so sad. And then after that, we still were so devastated that the kids were excused from school. And because of the tragedy, everybody in our town knew what happened. Everybody knows. So the school let the kids out. And so we left town again, and we went out to South Dakota, to the Badlands. We went out to the Black Hills, South Dakota. We went to Mount Rushmore. We went to the Needles. We went to Keystone. We went to Mount Rushmore. We were just had to get away. And anyway, I just could not believe, how good a heart people had. But yeah, it was so sad. But anyway, I'm when I hear people that were burned, I'm always very interested because we really learned a lot about that. So when you said you're a burn survivor, that really touches me. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, eventually, I seen more kindness from strangers than it was just so overwhelming. The donations that they got clothes. Every one of them got clothes because every single thing they owned was gone. And because the fire department put out the water and the water froze, anything that was left, the pictures, they were just, in clumps of ice. And so we had to thaw them out and try to pull the pictures apart real careful. And they lost everything. So they all got new clothes. Everybody got clothes. They had to start over. Even toothbrush, everything that they own, hairbrush, everything, you name it, they lost it. And so they ended up getting clothes. They ended up getting money. And anyway, she ended up buying a limousine of her own. And then we started doing limousine service with her, right? And so we still drove for King and Queen Limousine. We drove for Ken Patera, but she we saw the money that could be made with a limousine, right? And so she was widowed, and at his funeral, they excuse me, I got hiccups. At the funeral, and mind you, it was still winter. So at the funeral, we had to have the funeral then, but we had to wait for the burial till spring because in Stillwater, they don't have anything to thaw the ground, right? Because some of the cemeteries have something that will thaw the ground to dig your grave. They didn't have that, so we had to put them in a tomb until spring, and then we buried them in the spring. But yeah, fire is terrifying. Yeah. So yeah, it was crazy. But at the funeral, now my brother-in-law left behind permanent things that will be there and are still here to this day. My brother-in-law was a bricklayer, right? He did masonry. He did brick. He was a bricklayer. And so there's remnants of him all over. And he was funny. He had a good sense of humor. And so at the funeral, the priest came in through the back door, and he came up and he went to the pulpit, and he was choked up because he knew Larry very well. He knew him good. In any way, he was choked up when he came up on the stage, and he said, I just came into the church on the steps that he made. He said, I just walked up the steps that he made last summer. And he said, every time I walk into this church, I'm going to think of him when I step on these steps. Because he did. He just made the steps for the church. And a funny thing about him, he was funny, man. He was a jokester. He was I've never known anybody like him. So full of life, and he was so beautiful. So good looking, and he was like everybody loved him. It's like of all people. But anyway, to this day, you can go see something, and we tell people about it, and they've all gone and seen it. So, before he died, he was he was a bricklayer, and the boss said, I'll tell you when it was. It was, like I said, the Winter Carnival every year. Every year, the Winter Carnival makes an ice castle, and it was at Lake Fallon, or I can't remember. But every year, the Winter Carnival, they did this ice castle, and the ice castle had to be made out of big blocks of ice. So they make like this castle out of ice blocks, and then they light it up with lights, and then people can go and walk through the ice castle. It's really cool. And that's like people go there and walk through the ice castle. It's a little castle made out of ice blocks. Anyway, the boss said, yeah, I volunteered you guys to go down there. You have to work on the ice castle. And he didn't want to. He said, I don't want to do that. And he said, you have to. So his boss made everybody go down and work on the ice castle every day before the Winter Carnival. So he didn't like that. He didn't like getting off work and then going to work. And so he always said, fuck that ice castle. He always said, fuck the ice castle. And so after that, they were doing the brick siding on the big bank in town. There was a bank, right? And at the drive-through, they wanted the whole side of the bank with brick. And so he's over there and he's doing the brick, right? He's laying the brick and for the drive-through. And he told us what he was doing. And I thought, hell no, you're not doing that. He said, yeah, I'm doing this. He rearranged the bricks because they're multicolors, all different colors. So he put the bricks in the different colors in the shape of the ice castle, and he put and I someday I'll go take a picture of it, because if you point it out, you'll see it. If you don't, if somebody doesn't point it out, you might not see it. But if you point it out, you'll see it. It's a perfect penis with balls, and then there's you can see the ice castle. So he used different colored bricks, and he made, like I said, with the light colored bricks, he made the penis, and then he made the ice color castle with other colored bricks. So that was him saying, fuck the ice castle. So now everybody that goes to the drive-through, if you look over on that brick wall, you'll see it. You'll see fuck the ice castle right and built into the brick. He never told his boss. He told us and our friends and stuff. And we saw it, we laughed. And he died right after that. So to this day, you'll see fuck the ice castle on the side of that brick building. It was cool as shit. But anyway, so he left some permanent marks behind besides all of us, you know what I mean? I've never met anybody like him. He was so full of life. It was crazy. And he was only 27 years old or 28. He was older than me. He never made it to 30, you know. And I once tell my ex-husband, isn't it weird that you know, he's been gone, I don't know, 30, that we actually have lived like 35 years past him so far. Anyway, just can't believe it's been that long, but it's just so weird how somebody can die and so young, and we're all still here, you know. I'm trying to find the beginning of your message here. Yeah, Sylvia Browne. And as a matter of fact, Sylvia Browne, she almost got every single thing wrong that she ever said. I mean, like her percentage, she should have just said the opposite and she would have done all right. But pretty much like 99% of the stuff she said was wrong, including those, that girl that got kidnapped by that Castilla guy. And they found, years later, they found her tied up. They were trapped in a house, a couple girls, by this kidnapper, and they ended up being rescued. Well, the mother was heartbroken. The daughter, I don't know how she was, maybe 15, or she was a teenager when she went missing. And the mother was so heartbroken, she actually went to the Montel Williams show, and she went into the audience because she wanted to ask Sylvia Browne, is her daughter dead or is her daughter alive? And Sylvia, they called on her. They said, yeah, this is, you know, when most people didn't really, well, nobody knew about the missing girl except, you know, her in the local area. But she said, yeah, my daughter went missing several years ago. I want to know, do you think she's still alive? And instantly Sylvia Browne said, no, honey, she's gone. And the mom's like, are you sure? And she said, yeah, honey, she's gone. Yeah, she died a while back. And she said something like, oh, she drowned or something. It's very specific death or something like that. And the mother's like, it didn't really sound right. But anyway, the mother died shortly after hearing that news. It killed the mother. Literally, the mother died. Well, turns out Sylvia was wrong. They found the daughter. She was chained up in some sicko's house with some other girls. And she was rescued. And then by the time the girl came out, she found out that her mom died, and found out that Sylvia Browne basically took the life out of her by telling her, no, honey, she's gone. And then there was another one where she said, They said, yeah, my daughter's been missing like 4 years or something. She's been missing. Do you think she's still alive? And Sue Brown's like, oh yeah, she's still alive. What she did is she ended up out in California and she got herself into some trouble. And but she's right now, she's fine, but she's lost in the head, and she's I don't know, I think you said she's prostituting or something. Anyway, just like Leia's like, what? Anyway, turns out that no, that missing girl had been dead. You know what I mean? That daughter was dead. So they're twice on Montel Williams. As a matter of fact, somebody asked Montel Williams after his show was over, they said, yeah, you had Sylvia Browne on every single Wednesday. And he said, yeah, she was really popular. I remember I used to, if I was ever home, I would want to be home on a Wednesday because that's when Sylvia Browne was on, right? Because back then I believed in her, right? And so Sylvia Browne, hold on a second, I might have to let my cat in if he doesn't get in the little door. But anyway, yeah, so she's hold on, you guys. Anyway, they're asking Montel Williams, you know, she was really bad psychic, you know that, right? Montel says, yeah. They go, why did you have her on every single Wednesday? And I think his words were something like, because she's a hoot or something like that. You can even look at this up. You can look this up. They asked Montel Williams, why would you have her on? She never got anything right. She told that one mom that her daughter was dead when she was alive. She told the other mother the daughter was alive when she was dead. She got everything wrong. And he said something like, yeah, but she was a hoot. A hoot? I thought she was supposed to be a psychic. You know, I guess she was a comedian. Yeah. So anyway, everybody knew, yeah, Sylvia Browne was a fraud. Yeah. Yeah. Don't listen to Matt. He's crazy. Who's Matt? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed your comments. Rightly. Oops. Dang it. Yeah. Oh, Jane, that's a trip. Michael Jackson. So he really is dead then, just messing with you because all the people say he's not. There's actually a picture just came out. People think it's Michael Jackson today. Yeah, let's see. Let me see if I can pull it up. Michael Jackson still alive. Yeah. Actually, I should probably say spotted. He actually the person kind of looks like Michael Jackson, kind of looks like a lady. Michael Jackson spotted. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Here, I'm going to show you on a second. Wait, let me see. Let me see the picture. So, I mean, here. Well, just look it up. Put it under images. Now, to me, it looks like a woman. Michael Jackson spotted inside a Melbourne, I guess he's in Australia in a nightclub. But to me, this does, I think this is to make people stop asking questions because you say, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. So you would end up saying, Michael Jackson's not alive. Kind of like they do with Elvis Presley, right? Because Elvis Presley, there's a guy named, he could be, you know, there's always a question if he's alive or not. And I remember when Elvis Presley died, I was a candy striper in the hospital, right? And I was like 12 or something. I don't even know. I was really young. and we volunteered to be candy stripers. So I was candy striping in the hospital when I was really young. I mean, like 12 or 13. And so as a candy striper, you got a free cafeteria ticket every time you volunteered. So I was down in the cafeteria and I was like a kid. I took a bus there and did my volunteer time, and then I left. But I went down to spend my free cafeteria meal, and I remember everybody in the hospital cafeteria, even the doctors, are all talking about Elvis dying, right? And I remember there was a National Enquirer on the table, and it had Elvis in the casket, and his hair. His blonde hair was growing out, you know what I mean? Because he had light hair. They had dyed it black. And so, you know, after you die, your hair continues to grow for a little bit. And so anyway, I remember people in the cafeteria not believing it, you know, like people were instantly saying, he's not dead, you know, that's fake or whatever. And so there was a question immediately when Elvis Presley died, that a lot of people thought that's why they came up with those Elvis sightings, right? Everybody's spotting Elvis. Well, now there's a guy named, what's his name? He sings gospel music. Yeah. Elvis Presley look-alike singing gospel music. What's it? Bob Joyce. Bob Joyce. You guys have heard of Bob Joyce? I am pretty sure that's Elvis, you guys. Look up Bob Joyce. I'll pull it up if you want me to. I'm pretty sure Bob Joyce is Elvis. And now I don't know if the age lines up. How old? Elvis Presley was the same age as my mom. My mom was the exact same age as him, so he would probably be 90 right now, something like that. Late 80s. But anyway, just look up Bob Joyce, and he sings. He's a gospel singer, and he looks like Elvis. He sounds like Elvis. He sings like Elvis. And I'm going to tell you the weirdest thing, because you remember when Lisa Marie Presley died? Because it was somebody died. I think it was her son died first, and then Lisa Marie Presley died. And at Lisa Marie Presley's, it was at somebody's funeral. Did the mom die too? Anyway, there was a funeral there, and I can't remember if it was Lisa Marie's, but you look right behind the speaker at the funeral. Bob Joyce is sitting right there with the family. He's sitting there with sunglasses on. Anyway, I'm thinking, wow, that's bold that they would put him right there. But anyway, look up Bob Joyce. I'm pretty sure that's Elvis. Yep. I've been on here 4 hours. Unbelievable. I did work at the coroner's office. If you ever have questions about famous descendants I've seen, let me know. You saw Michael Jackson. You personally saw Michael Jackson dead? Because, yeah, that one I questioned it, but I also thought maybe they offed him, you know what I mean? But didn't he die of propofol or whatever that surgical drug is? Yeah, Brown was a fraud. Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I'm having fun. Interesting topics. Righty, yeah, exactly. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Thank you. So most threads, you turn it right and it goes tight. You turn it left, it goes loose. So if you try to turn a garden hose on, what do? You turn it right to turn it off, you turn it left to turn it on. Well, propane valves are opposite. It's called a left-handed thread. Yeah. But yeah, so interesting about that. Yeah, I do. I would want to ask about some celebrities. Absolutely. And you're in LA. Oh my goodness. Okay, I got a question. You're probably not even here anymore. But what about that OJ and Nicole Simpson? That was in Brentwood, but isn't that the LA when they go to the LA coroner's office? That is interesting. Wow, so you've seen a lot of celebrities in there, huh? You know, something about the coroner's office, right? It's so popular down there that people are just dying to get in. I'm sorry, poor taste, poor bad joke. Yeah, they're dying to get in. When I'm in pain, I listen and don't type because usually my keyboard is put up and I only have my wireless mouse. I set up to share the above though. Nicely. Okay. Wow, we're so glad to have you here, Runaway Truth. Thank you. And I really pray that things change and you get out of pain soon. You know what I mean? I wish you would be healed. You know what I mean? Wow, Jane, that's a trip. Michael Jackson, so he really is dead then, just messing with you. Because all the people say is not, yeah, he's kind of iffy. I haven't really seen any proof that he's alive or not. That one's kind of a rumor. But I'm telling you, Bob Joyce, he's pretty close to Elvis. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I hope something changes for the better. And I hope something happens way better than you ever thought. Because, yeah, miracles do happen. Oh, here it is. All right, a second. I want to see Not My Monkeys thing here. Here it is. All right. Not My Monkeys said, you went biking in Sturgis? No, I didn't. No, we were in I was in my 74 Charger, my Dukes of Hazzard car. I had a Dukes of Hazzard car, and we drove that out to Black Hills. Believe it or not, there was us 3 adults in the front seat, and our 4 kids were in the back seat. I don't know if anybody had seatbelts on. We hit a deer on the way home, too. You know what's weird when we hit that deer? So we were playing a game when we were on our way back from Mount Rushmore. You know how you go and there's just miles and miles and nothing happening, the flatlands or whatever. So my kids were playing a game in the back seat with her kids, and they were counting how many deer that they saw. And so they went 1 deer, and then we saw another 2, 3. And I kid you not, 100%, I'm telling the truth. They were counting 98 deer, 99 deer, and we're hours into this. Guess what? We hit the 100th deer. Yeah, 100. It counted 99. They were looking for number 100. Number 100 deer jumps out. Boom! We hit the thing. And the weirdest thing happened when we hit that deer. We all saw it. The deer flew up kind of a little bit on the hood. He ripped off the antenna on the hood. Remember, the cars just had antenna on the hood in the front. And he had his tongue sticking out, looking right at us. When he was flying, he was looking at us. We all of us saw it. 3 adults and 4 kids saw the exact same thing. When we hit that deer, the deer went up. He was looking at us. His tongue was sticking out, and his face went right down the side of the car, like he licked the car as it went by. And we all saw it. He stuck his tongue out, and he licked all the windows down the side. Like, it was so bizarre, you guys. Yeah, it was weird. Deer number 100, and so we had to pull over, and we didn't know because the deer kind of, I don't know. kind of wobbled off, and we didn't even know where the deer was. We didn't know if it was coming after us, but we had to pull over because the fender was pushed up against the tire. It was below the tire. So we had to pull over and try to pull the fender off the tire. We're in the middle of nowhere, you know. But yeah, Grace says, I really hope the doctors are as humane still with burn patients and burn management. I keep hearing about nurses canceling surgery because the doctors don't prescribe anything besides to burn victims. Well, no, that doctor, from a child, he was going to be a burn doctor. And you guys, that doctor was like an angel, man. He was like sent from heaven. I'm not even sure he was human. He was like an angel, you know what I mean? And if it weren't for that doctor explaining everything like that, you know, we wouldn't, you know, it would have been a lot harder. He told us every single thing that was going to happen. Everything he said was true. He said, I've seen this so many times. He said, you need to go say goodbye. We just couldn't believe it. All right, here is Not My Monk. He said a couple who were in their wedding just recently had a plane crash right through their garage. I think I saw that because I'm subscribed to those airplane channels, and I think I saw that. And if that's the same one, that is a weird story. The guy that drove into the garage, because there's 2 plane crashes that went in a garage recently. And I'm going to tell you, if that's the one I'm thinking about, that was a weird story because there was the guy that flew into the garage. That was the second time he crashed with a family. The first plane crash, he had his wife and his 2 children in the plane, and they crashed. The wife was killed, and one of the sons was killed. So the dad and 1 son lived, right? Years later down the road, the guy gets remarried. He has another child or 2, and he's back in the plane again. He's got the husband is driving, flying, the wife, the new wife, the second wife, I should say, his first child that survived the plane crash, and his 2 new kids or something like that, or maybe a new kid. Anyway, they're all back in the plane again. And I can't remember if they were on the flight that crashed, but for the second time, I know for sure the guy and the boy were in that plane the second time. The guy who killed the first family, he's flying again with more family, and he crashed into that garage, and now this time him and the son died. And there's stories called man kills 2 families in the plane or something, or kills both of his families or something like that. That was a freak story, man. Anyway, a couple who were in their wedding just recently had a plane crash in the garage. She was at work and he was home with their 2 kids, ages 1 and 3. He survived. He was in the basement. Wow. Kids were upstairs. They were fine. 2 people in the plane died, but this couple lost everything. And yeah, the community came through, and they even had to donate a bunch of stuff because of all the donations. Yeah, I think that happened too. Because there was so many donations, they couldn't take, they didn't need all that, you know. You know what? So the 2 people that died, was it a father and a son? And I think his new wife was with too. I can't remember. But that guy crashed twice with his family. The first family and the second family. Yeah. These were my son's friends. Really? The ones in the house were your son's friends, or in the airplane? This just happened in May. Yeah, thank you, Ariel Castro. That's who it was. He was the one that kidnapped Amanda Berry. Wasn't her name Amanda Berry? Yeah, and Sylvia Brown told Amanda Berry's mom that, no, she's dead. Yeah, she's dead. I see her in a body of water somewhere. And so the mom just goes home and dies, you know what I mean? Gives up and dies. And then, actually, Ariel Castro had her tied up, chained to a wall or something. That was 50 miles from me. Okay. Who was your son's friends, in the airplane or were they on the ground? They say Gina's mother died of a broken heart. She died before she. Yes. Oh, yeah. Her name was Gina. You're right. No, I thought it was Amanda Berry. No. Yeah. The mother did. She died of a broken. She heard that, and you can see in that Montel Williams show when she says, "Nah, honey, nah, she's dead. Yeah, she died. Yeah, she's been dead a long time." You could see the mother, the life drain out of her right at that moment. And she never did get to see her daughter found. Imagine by the time she got rescued, she finds out, yeah, your mom died. Basically, Sylvia Brown killed her. Lady playing, yes, MJ died. Many people believe he's still alive. I saw him when he was being prepped by the medical examiner. His fans still hold a vigil on his death at Forest Lawn in Glendale. Really? Dear Jane, what's up with his gloved hand? Vitiligo? Well, he was burned in that Pepsi commercial. Remember his hair caught on fire? And that's how he supposedly got hooked on pain meds. Sure, Kathy, you're going to tell us Bob Joyce will shoot through the space. Yes, he will. Actually, I already did that. I absolutely did. You really? Wow. Yeah. What about the Simpsons? Did you see any of those two? Hold on a second. I want to see what you said here. Let's see. All right. MJ had extensive vitiligo. His glove was to cover really, because people were trying to say that he was bleaching his skin. And they tried to say that he used vitiligo as an excuse for it, that why he kept getting whiter and whiter. Wow. They called him the gloved one, right? The gloved one. Wow, that's interesting. Very interesting. Hold on. Yes, Kathy, it was the Ron Goldman and Nicole Simpson was before your time. Yeah. And you know what's weird about that? Some people say Nicole Simpson's still alive. And you know who they say she is? They say that she's who is that? It's a newscaster. I can't remember who she is. Can't remember, but there's a woman. Who? Grace, do you remember? They say that Nicole Brown Simpson wasn't dead. She's actually she's a political figure. You remember who that was? Michael Jackson. Hold on a second. That chestnut never gets old. We say that about the cemetery down the road. MJ bleached his skin all over. I know he definitely had to bleach his face. Okay, that was obvious because his face went from a black male to a white woman, basically. So we could see he was bleaching his face, but he's trying to say that people were trying to say that he was using vitiligo as an excuse why his face was turning white. Poor man went about the wrong solution for his problems. Yeah. MJ weighed 139. Oh my goodness. He was bald, male pattern baldness. He wore a wig. He had tattooed eyeliner and lips. His hairline was also tattooed. I heard about the hairline, yeah. His nose was being prepared for another surgery. Oh wow. And that's why he wore that surgical mask all the time, huh? Grace, a deep dive on Google will bring it. Interesting. Up photos of his face and hands without makeup. Oh, really? Final Destination. This one was a flight school plane, and it was at the Firestone area in Akron, Ohio. Oh, that, yeah. No, yeah, this was a experienced pilot that crashed once already. Huh. Yeah. So, because I know that there's been 2 plane crashes that at least 2 that ended up in somebody's garage. One was the guy that killed his family twice. They were attendants in my son's wedding. Really? No, this was pilot and student. Oh yeah, that's a different. That was probably that other one. Yeah, because I thought, what are the odds? 2 planes, both separate planes, crash into a garage. I mean, because there was a crash, and oh, the plane went into the garage, and then right after that, not long later, hey, there's another plane crash that ended up in somebody's garage. I thought, well, what are the odds of that? That's why there's some people saying that he was in the process of being made anew, like hidden in plain sight. Oh, yeah. So that was also a theory. Some people are saying that he was going through cosmetic surgery to disguise his looks because he's going to. Because some of the people just get off the world stage. They just go into hiding. They're done with the public life. And sometimes when a celebrity dies, when they're completely, nobody cares about them anymore, a celebrity will die and all their records and their sales will go through the roof, and merchandise, and it like brings a big flood of money that wouldn't be there without their death. So, they usually cash in after their death. That's why there's some people saying that he was in the process. Yeah. Amanda Berry, but it was Gina. Oh, it was Gina's mom that died. Okay. The mother was Gina. Yeah. But it's how sad. I mean, and yeah, did she care? I don't know. So anyway, where are we at? My phone is hot. Yeah, and I'm sorry if I missed you guys' comments because I can only go up so far. Hold on a second. I think I'm caught up on comments. All right, you want to wrap it up for the night, guys? I think I will wrap this up. Unless you have something else you want to talk about. Wow. It's interesting he only weighed 139 because wasn't Michael Jackson he was kind of tall, right? Like, that was like 5'9" or something. Which is not really tall for a man, but interesting. Wow, I would like to hear more from them coroner stories. What else did I think of? And gosh, Los Angeles, I mean, wow. How about Johnny Carson? Did you see him go through there? Yeah, sometimes they might have a twin living on a beach. And you notice that some celebrity, like kind of a high amount of celebrities, like percentage-wise, has identical twins, which is interesting. Like Ashton Kutcher, or what's his name? Ashton Kutcher. He was on that 70s show. What's his name? Yeah, he had an identical twin. And I always thought, do they do that in case something happens to the first one? They can just, they'll have a replacement. Castor's 3 victims were Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina Jesus. Yes, it was Gina's mother. Oh, that's so sad. Michael Jackson, I knew it. Isn't that what I said? 5'9"? Yeah. Somehow I remember that. And you know what? The day Michael Jackson died is the day me and my husband bought our house together. And I'll tell you when it was. It was about June 29th, 2009. It was the end of June 2009. And you know, that morning, yeah, that's the day we bought our house. Because we were so excited about our house, and then we heard that Farrah Fawcett died. That morning, Farrah Fawcett died. It's all over the news. Farrah Fawcett died. And then by the afternoon, Michael Jackson died. And like, whoa. Kathy, if you're ever having a slow night, I'll come up and take. Oh, really? Yeah. How about there it is, June 25th, 2009. Thank you. I know it was the last few days of June because it's the same exact day me and my husband bought our house. Oh, I would love that, Jane. I would love that. I'll come up and take you a trip down Bad Memory Lane. Yes. You tell me when you're ready and I'll bring you up anytime if you want to come. Yeah, anytime. I would bump whatever I got to talk to you. Right, Grace? Hell, I'd bump Grace to talk to you. I'm sorry, Grace. You're gonna have to jump down from the panel. Actually, we need to get Grace up here sometime, huh? I tell Grace, you know, you need to come up on the panel sometime. So yeah, we need to get Grace up here, but I would love to talk to dear Jane about that. Yeah, it was the same day as Farrah's father. I remember it well because that was the day we bought our house. Morning news was Farrah Fawcett. She had that colorectal cancer. No, she had anal cancer. It wasn't even colon cancer, it was anal cancer. And I remember that she had tried to get some treatments overseas somewhere or something. But yeah, the news was she died. And then all of a sudden, all the news was about Michael Jackson. Farrah Fawcett kind of got, you know, lost in the Michael Jackson stuff. Same day we had a tornado. Really? Really? Most people remember the day he died. Yeah, it was a big day for us. We were so happy we bought a house. We couldn't even believe it. Neither one of us had a job, but we were and by job I mean neither one of us worked for anybody. We worked for ourselves. So we were self-employed and we bought our first house together because he made okay money. I made okay money doing like antiques and stuff. But when we met and we got together, we rocked it, man. We ended up doing very well together, a great team. So we ended up buying a house. That was my second house. That was his first house and my second house. Whenever you want. Okay, you can pick a day this week. I'm sorry, this week's about over. I should say, yeah, next day. Yeah, get my calendar out. All right. Look at the calendar. Yeah. Anytime. I want to hear about Grace's paranormal story. Yeah, Grace needs to get up here too. I got nothing but time. Do you? Oh, that's awesome. You should have seen paparazzi swarm the coroner's office when MJ was right. Oh, yeah, I bet. Because they had that TMZ. I remember when they hauled him out of the house. Remember that? They had that weird driveway and the coroner's van was there. I remember when they took him out of the house. Paparazzi was swarmed all over the house, or the property, I should say, you know. Well, just tell me when. Okay, let's plan a date right now. Let me see. I got nothing but time too. Let's see. So I don't care. I'm open tomorrow. Whenever you want. If you want to come on tomorrow, I'm available every single day. So for the most part. So yeah. I don't know, the next few days, you pick a day. I'd have you on tomorrow if you want to come on. Tomorrow's Saturday, too. It'd be a good night. And you know what? Oh, you know what I should do? Tomorrow's fine. Okay. We should what I should do is ask people if they got any questions. Dear Jane, would you be okay if I asked people if they have any questions for you? Because oh hell, I'll have enough questions to fill the night. So wow. Okay, yeah. Tomorrow, all right, let's do that. So we'll talk about the coroner stories of LA, Los Angeles. Is that the plan? Talk about, yeah, LA coroner. Are you former LA coroner? Good idea. Because I could get I could put out just a real quick video of what kind of what question would you ask a LA coroner, right? A Los Angeles coroner. You still live out there in you're retired? Okay. Wow. Okay, can I get like a ballpark of how far I can go back? Like from when to when? Because I don't want people asking questions from before you worked there or after you worked there, unless you know stuff about that. But yeah, I'd like the time frame if you can, or just ballpark. 80s, 90s, 2000s. Well, MJ was 2009, so it must have been around at least that area. I was there. There you go. Thank you. 2009 to wow, you must have had. Well, I would think that'd be a dream job, man. I think that'd be really cool. 2009 to 2015. Oh, thank you. All right. Famous celebrity deaths, huh? Because Los Angeles, wow. That would cover a lot of people. Okay, cool. But we'll make it earlier, right? So people that sleep at night, so they can show up. Maybe like 7 o'clock tomorrow. Well, actually, so you're in California. Yeah. So you're in California. Excuse me. So that'd be 5 your time. Or we could go 8 o'clock. Yeah, so if it's 8 o'clock my time, it would be 7, 6. So it'd be 6 p.m. for you. Wait. I would say 8 p.m. Central Time. How about that? I think you guys are... Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, it is the 4th. Nah, let's not make it tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. Wait, what day is it? Saturday the 4th, Sunday the 5th. We could wait till Sunday the 5th. You're up all night? Yeah. I usually am too. I'm up usually about till this time. But I like to get I always get some solid sleep before I get back up, that's for sure. All right, cool, Jane. So if it's 6 o'clock, if it's 8 o'clock here, what would it be? 6 o'clock your time? 6, 7, 8, yeah. So that'd probably be 6 o'clock your time. So 8 p.m. And you know what? It would be better to have it Sunday because not only is it 4th of July tomorrow, but that will give a whole day for people to ask questions. Okay, good. 6 p.m. your time, 8 p.m. our time, or my time. Sunday. Okay, man, I'm excited, Jane. I'm really excited. And you know what? That's going to give me tomorrow so I can study and who I want to ask about. Yeah, that's cool. All right, and I will put up a notification for it. So, wow, that is cool. I'm excited. So we'll do that. We will do that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to let my dogs out. Hold on a second. Yeah, I know. I heard you. And you rang the bell? You rang, sir? All right, hold on. Shh. Hold on. They go crazy. Let me mute this. All right. They're a bunch of crazies, man. They get a little crazy when they know they're going outside. Corner horror stories of there you go. Are they all horror stories? Or is there any is there any yeah, is there any good stories in the coroner's office? Oh man. Coroner stories. Coroner horror stories, Ellie. Grace, I love listening to Kathy's lies. I cleaned my kitchen and bathroom. Awesome. I'm glad we could all join each other and help you get your kitchen and bathroom. You know, that's what I do. Is that Kathy's title? Yeah. Can we call them horror stories? Because it's probably just a regular day at the office, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my goodness. We're all going to have so many questions. Yeah. I'm excited. And I'm glad it's not going to be tomorrow because it's going to give me a minute to think. Yeah. Excellent. Oh my gosh. They're already ready to come in there because it's not even raining. It already rained. The grass is wet and they're kind of babies. My guard dogs don't like to get their feet wet. It depends on your threshold for mine's high. Don't worry. Hey, you know what? I'll actually do a viewer discretion advised. We'll give everybody a little heads up warning. So if you got a weak stomach or anything like that, maybe either leave or grab a puke bag. It depends on your threshold. Okay, mine's high. Yeah, I was a nurse, so I've seen some nasty stuff. Not horrible. We didn't have any corpses in our office. Well, not many anyway. Yeah. Oh, okay. You guys thinking of any questions yet? Already? Heck yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, special invitations only. Yes. Only the people here tonight get to watch her. If you fell asleep, it's too bad. Hold on a second. Yeah, so I would probably look up celebrity deaths between 2009. Yeah, so here's an idea. You could look up, if you want to ask her any particular questions, you can look up celebrity deaths from 2009 to 2015 in Los Angeles County. What's my email? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I'll give you my email. It's Crazy Neighbor, but it's spelled different. So let me see how it's spelled. 1 second. I want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, I'll give you my email address. Yeah, because you know what? Because if you actually seen Michael Jackson's Dead, I can put that to rest. I'll never listen to anybody talk about that. Not that I do. But we can scratch that one off the list. You know. Remember that trial? Remember the trial of the doctor that gave him the propamol or whatever? propofol. What was his name? Carlson or Carson or I can't remember. I'm thinking about watching my eyelids. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm gonna probably wrap it up and get off here because these live streams, when they're 5 hours long, it's hard for people to do the replay. I think, or they just see 5 hours and think, "Dang, I got that kind of time." But okay, here, let me get my You getting tired? Not my monkeys. Is not my monkeys getting tired? I could probably grab something to eat and probably go to bed myself. Have a banana or something. Let's see. Yeah. All right, not my monkeys. Thank you for coming in and thank you for holding out this long. She gets some, or I can text them to. No, I'd rather have you email it to me because then I can pull it up on my screen if I want. Because it's on my phone, people won't be able to see it. But hell yeah! All right, so let me see what my address is here. Crazy neighbor is here. I'll put up my email, and then you can All right, my email is crazy. All right, crazy and e. I guess turn this on. NEIGHBOR at gmail.com. Crazy neighbor. All right, that's it. There's my email. So yeah, if you could send me some stuff, I'll have that ready. Oh shit. Oh, I thought I got disconnected. Never mind. Scratch that oh shit stuff. I didn't get disconnected. I'm still waiting for my freelancing freeloader to come back. I'll go to bed when she comes back. Who is that? Freelancing freeloader. Can you narrow it down to which one? For my freelancing freeloader to come home. Oh, are you talking about a stray cat or something? I'll go to bed with you. Freelancing freeloader. Is that a pet? Or is it a child? Okay. Your cat, Sharon. All right, cool. Sharon! That's how Ozzy Osbourne used to say it. Sharon! I have a cat named Shelly. Because she's a tortoiseshell, so she's Shell. Anyway. Well. Wow. This will be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, so there's my Gmail account if you want to send me whatever you want, all the pictures you want and stuff. And that way I can ask you questions on that too. If it's anything, if there's, I'll make sure to cover up anything if it's too graphic for YouTube. I can put a little cover over it. Wow. So Sharon is out for a evening stroll, huh? I got some stray cats out there right now. But they sure didn't like that rain. I love that. The things we say offline, only we are not, right? Yeah, only we are not, right? Yeah. Oh, and on the title tonight, my title tonight, when it came out, it said Night Owl live stream, shut up. Because I put the title and then I don't know, somebody was being loud and I said, shut up. Because I was trying to do voice to, voice the text. So when my live stream came out tonight, it said Night Owl live stream, shut up. I had to change it before I came on. Yeah, I did. I said, shut up. Okay, Ratatouille, now you're a freelancing freeloader. And Ratatouille, is that your cat? I know that name. Yeah. Well, okay. What babies, man? It's supposed to be vicious guard dogs. They don't want to get wet. Not all them guard dogs that have to be outside all day. Complaining. Come on. Chop chop. You guys feel better? Did you put, no, you're wet. Don't touch me. You're all icky. Yeah, your feet are wet. Anyway, you guys should here's some of the crazy stuff Kathy says when she pocket dials. Oh, hell no. Have I done that? Oh, boy. I'm always afraid of that. Because I just let things fly because nobody's here except the dog. So, yeah, I don't censor anything if I don't think people are listening. I've been getting nightly visits from raccoons. They're digging in my plants and making morning mess. Oh, hell no. Are they digging in the plants to go to the bathroom like a litter box? Or are they digging in there for fun? Or are they looking for something? They heard there's buried treasures in your planters. Try some dried crushed peppers. For the raccoons? Actually, I got a pack of them right here. Let me see. Because I asked for Parmesan cheese, a couple packets. And when I left there, I noticed he gave me packets of crushed red peppers. Like, what the hell is this? You're putting that on a pizza. I mean, not that I would. Yeah, I would, but I asked for Parmesan, but yeah, I got packets of crushed red peppers. She butt dials you, but maybe. I'll blame it on my butt. Yeah, Grace knows all my dark secrets. Yeah. She knows my my secret lives. Yeah. And I might have. I think she just listens for a while, has a good laugh, then hangs up. So I stop embarrassing myself. I think the fish emulsion. Really? So what is fish emulsion? Like guts? Fish guts? They probably do like that because I don't they eat fish? All right, Nazreen, night to you too. Thanks for hanging out with us so long. I know it is very, very late. I'll probably get off here pretty soon too. I said probably. Leaves me a, wiggle room. Whatever is in the fertilizer that the dirt. Oh. Yeah, because I think raccoons eat fish, don't they? I think I remember one eating a fish. It was nasty. Yeah. So Nazreen, I wish you a good night's sleep, and I thank you for coming in tonight. And look forward to seeing you next time. Good night to Nazreen. Yeah, cool. All right, well, I'll probably pull the plug. Either that or I gotta stuff a sock in my mouth. One of the two. So I can get off of here. Still have a few inches left in tumbler number 1. Anyway. All right, cool. You know, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to get something to eat. I'm going to get my dogs a little snack. Maybe they want some chicken or something. And I'm going to start working on my questions for Sunday. And I'm going to start working for my, working on my, doing my little homework there about who died in that time. Last year, they kept digging out my pineapple plant. I cut hubby's hair and put it around the plants, and they left it alone finally. I need to do another haircut. Yeah, I think you do. So maybe that human smell scares him off, huh? You know, if his hair is not long enough, you could probably put anything from a human in there, right? Puts a pair of used socks in there or something that has human scent on it. Yeah. Yep. All right. All right, not my monkeys. Good night to you too. I'm gonna wrap it up before my phone explodes, and I'll say peace out. So, thank you everybody that came in tonight. It was fun. I wish you all well, and sleep good or don't. If you're not going to bed, I just wish you a good day. Have a happy 4th of July, a safe Independence Day. Stay independent. Good night to you too, Alicia. Alicia, Grace, Dear Jane, Not My Monkeys, Runaway Truth. All the people that came in tonight. It's only going to go back a little bit. So, yeah, Dear Jane, let's see. Yeah, so I'm super excited about Dear Jane coming on Sunday night. Yeah, and Dear Jane, I'm going to, I'll just put up a link that you can grab on Sunday, and it'll be real easy. I don't know if you've been on a live stream, you'll just click on it, and it will bring you right into the chat. Love the late night chat. Well, thank you, Alicia. I love them too, and I'm glad you are here to share it with us because there's not everybody can be a night owl, right? And you ask, well, who can be a night owl? I can. All right, love you too, Grace. I love each and every one of you, and thanks for coming in. And yeah, love and light, and peace out. I'm probably going to Tidy's. All right, yeah. All right. All right, just go straight from here to there. Transfer right on over. I've never done a live stream. I'm up to the, okay. Yeah, it's real easy. You're going to click one thing and you'll be in like Flynn. Is that what they say? All right, cool. Well, you guys are fun. I could still be here another 6 hours, but I don't think that would be good for us. Anyway, yeah, we're looking forward to hearing Dear Jane. Absolutely. All right. All right. Love you guys. Peace out.